Over these last few videos, we've talked about the rise of Naughty Dog and how they went from two guys who love to code to creating Crash Bandicoot, evolving through Jak and Daxter, redefining cinematic action with Uncharted, and eventually changing the entire industry with The Last of Us. And truthfully, The Last of Us became one of the greatest games ever made, and I don't say that lightly. That game changed Naughty Dog forever. But the first game they released after The Last of Us wasn't a new IP. It was a return to a franchise that helped define them during the PS3 era. Naughty Dog went back to Uncharted with one goal in mind: to give Nathan Drake one final story. And while Uncharted 4: A Thief's End will go on to become critically acclaimed, behind the scenes this game marked the end of an era. This project was surrounded by creative shifts, major departures, changing leadership, and a studio that would never be the same again. Some people left, programmers became directors, and Naughty Dog's identity began to transform right in front of us. So today, we're going to uncover the behind-the-scenes drama, explore the game itself, and look at how Uncharted 4 became both a celebration and a departure. Welcome to episode 13 of the Naughty Dog Takeover. Today, we are witnessing the end of an era with Uncharted 4: A Thief's End.
Okay, watch and learn.
Oh, I'm learning all right.
Stay up, come on! What? Is that it?
You asked for it.
First and foremost, if you were wondering how many subscribers I have, it's over 9,000! Since my last upload, we finally crossed the 9,000 subscribers threshold, and we are now close to reaching my goal from last year, 10,000 subscribers. And I could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank every subscriber, every like, every comment, and every person who has supported the channel. As we see, it adds up and continues to add up. For those who are new here, I am the Retro Phantom, and on this channel I cover games that made our childhoods great. Right now, we're closing out on the Naughty Dog Takeover until the end of the year, where I'll be covering The Last of Us Part 2 and Uncharted: A Lost Legacy. But after today, we begin our next major takeover for the series on the channel, one I've been excited about for a while now: the Street Fighter Takeover. With the new Street Fighter movie on the way, we have a lot to cover, so everyone is prepared for the film. So if you want to stay in the loop when that series begins, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you enjoy this video, the best way to support is by liking and hyping it up, because that helps push the video in the YouTube algorithm. And if you're feeling a bit generous, you can always buy me a cup of coffee. The link is in the description. With that said, let's dive into this. Okay, here's a quick recap if this is your first video in the Naughty Dog Takeover series. If you're already caught up, feel free to skip ahead using the timeline below. Back in the mid-90s, Nintendo struck a verbal agreement with Sony to help create a gaming console with a disk drive. But after Nintendo turned their backs on Sony and partnered with Philips instead, they felt betrayed. And because of that betrayal, Sony decided to enter the console market themselves with the creation of the PlayStation.
Olga's office and said, "We just got backstabbed, blindsided by Nintendo. We had an agreement and they totally betrayed us."
Kutaragi went back to his bosses and said, "Let's not leave it like this. We can make an actual game system. We won't stop with the CD-ROM, we'll build a whole system."
And Olga, who is totally dead set against it before, now feeling the betrayal from Nintendo and being the samurai corporate guy that he is, said, "That's it." Hamid his fist on the desk, said two famous words: "Do it." And that was the beginning of the Sony PlayStation.
Now, more driven than ever, Ken Kutaragi and Sony set out to make a video game console unlike any other. At first, Sony plans to release a system that plays both CD-ROMs and Super Nintendo cartridges. In 1992, 200 units of this PlayStation are manufactured, but are quickly scrapped. Sony decides to wait for the next wave of consoles to enter the fray and intends to capitalize on CD-ROM technology.
But like every major console, Sony needed a mascot. Enter Naughty Dog. At the time, Naughty Dog was still a small independent studio, but they would create the character that helped define the original PlayStation era, Crash Bandicoot. This was a mascot designed to stand toe-to-toe with Nintendo.
Hey, plumber boy, mustache man, your worst nightmare has arrived. Pack up your stuff!
Naughty Dog would dominate the late 90s with 3 successful Crash games, but as the 2000s began, the company lost the rights to Crash Bandicoot. Because of this, Naughty Dog sold themselves to Sony, allowing them to secure their future and continue building new franchises under the PlayStation brand. That next franchise would become Jak and Daxter, a game people considered Naughty Dog's version of The Legend of Zelda. The game was a success, but Naughty Dog slowly began to notice something. Their audience was changing. The kids of the 90s were becoming teens in the 2000s, and everything was becoming more edgy, rebellious, and darker. And because of that shift, Naughty Dog evolved alongside their audience, leading to the darker tones of Jak 2 and Jak 3. But during this era, the seeds that would change Naughty Dog forever were quietly being planted. During a video game summit, Naughty Dog co-founder Jason Rubin met a young, aspiring game developer named Neil Druckmann. At the time, Neil was just an intern, but over time, he would rise through the company and eventually become a programmer on Jak 3. And speaking of Jak 3, that game will mark Jason Rubin's final project at Naughty Dog. The game itself was co-directed by Amy Hennig, a name that is going to be extremely important in today's story. Amy Hennig will go on to help Naughty Dog into its next major franchise, Uncharted. The first Uncharted game became a massive hit for the PS3, but during development, the team ran into several programming and production issues. Because of this, Amy Hennig began working more closely with Druckmann, who was slowly becoming one of the studio's rising creative forces. Together, the team would push forward with Uncharted 2, a game many considered the defining masterpiece of the PS3 era before 2013. But after Uncharted 2, Naughty Dog split into 2 separate teams. One half began working on The Last of Us, the other half moved on to Uncharted 3. And because of that split, the studio entered one of the most intense crunch periods in history. With Amy Hennig serving as the sole director on Uncharted 3, she was forced to go into overdrive and make sure the project succeeded. And despite all the pressure, it did, which finally brings us to today.
I made a promise that I was done with this life. It's not what it looks like.
Took a long time for him to get out of this game.
He's meant for this life. There's got to be another way. I need you on this one.
Understanding the development of Uncharted 4 is going to be a bumpy ride, and to understand how we got here, we need to go back to the previous game. If you recall, Uncharted 3 was developed under some serious crunch conditions because Naughty Dog has split itself into 2 teams, one working on Uncharted 3 and the other working on The Last of Us. Resources were stretched thin. The studio was determined to hit its ambitious November 1st, 2011 release date, and development continued. The team found themselves racing against the clock. In fact, things became so difficult that the team working on The Last of Us had to temporarily stop what they were doing and assist with finishing Uncharted 3. While the game ultimately shipped successfully, the experience left a lasting impact on many of the following people involved. Years later, Amy Hennig will openly discuss the reality of crunch culture within game development, saying, "These people who never go home and see their families, they have children who are growing up without seeing them. I don't have my own kids. I chose my career in lots of ways, and I could be single-minded like that. When I was making sacrifices, did it affect my family? Yes, but it was primarily affecting me and I could make that choice. But when I look at other people, I mean, my health really declined and I had to take care of myself because it was like bad. And there were people who, collapsed or had to go check themselves in somewhere when one of these games were done, or they got divorced. That's not okay. Any of that. None of that is worth it. None of this is worth that. When speaking specifically about Uncharted 3, she would later add, trying to finish a game like that in 2 years is insane, especially when you're saying that the 2 years is everything. Pre-production, production. Time is a huge one, but then everyone is racing with cost versus time. Could we do it with smaller teams longer? Sure, but then we tend to throw people at these things and burn money fast. We've all seen games that took too long and they kind of got lapped. So as you can see, there was already some major cracks beginning to form between Naughty Dog's development philosophy and Amy Hennig's experience leading these projects. After directing 3 blockbuster Uncharted games back to back to back, the toll was becoming impossible to ignore. And I want you to keep all of this in mind as we start uncovering the development of Uncharted 4, because trust me, this story is about to get messy. For starters, shortly after the release of Uncharted 3, Naughty Dog quietly greenlit another Uncharted game. The plastic hadn't even been ripped off the store shelves yet, and plans for the next adventure was already moving forward. By January of 2012, a job posting was seen for Naughty Dog. It appeared online, quickly started making waves through the gaming community. One particular listing was seeking developers capable of producing engaging and fun third-person action gameplay levels. Naturally, speculation exploded. Some fans hoped this could mean the return of Jak and Daxter, but most people had a feeling it was probably towards another Uncharted title. Of course, Naughty Dog was still heavily focused on finishing The Last of Us, and because the studio remained split between 2 projects, internal resources were still limited. This was later confirmed by co-president Christoph Balestra, who explained that production couldn't truly begin until more developers had become available. As a result, Uncharted 4's early development was largely confined to pre-production, but Amy Hennig didn't sit still. During this period, she continued building the foundation for the game, working on story concepts, gameplay ideas, level designs, character arcs, and experimenting with a brand new combat system. Simply put, she worked with the resources she had available. And then, in June 2013, The Last of Us finally launched. When Naughty Dog's second team finally freed to join the project, development on Uncharted 4 could finally begin in earnest. And Naughty Dog decided to let the world know with a teaser.
Some chains can never be broken. I lost 15 years, buried alive, erased. You left me, rotting in that hellhole and never looked back. But you can't outrun the past. And when it catches up, when all your lies collapse around you, I'll be there, sifting through the wreckage. You owe me.
This trailer aired during Sony's PlayStation 4 All Access event in 2013. And for those of you with keen ears, the voice you heard in that trailer belonged to Todd Stashwick. At the time, Stashwick had been brought to portray a brand new character named Sam, who according to Amy Hennig's original vision was intended to serve as the game's primary antagonist. In an article covering the event, IGN reported, Sony also confirmed the trailer's voiceover is provided by actor Todd Stashwick, and he will play a character in the game. And from all appearances, Stashwick was fully committed to the role. He openly discussed his involvement on social media and seemed excited to be a part of the next chapter of Uncharted. But my friends, this is where the story takes a drastic turn. Behind the scenes, Amy Hennig's version of Uncharted 4 was struggling to stay on schedule. As development continued, tensions reportedly began to rise within Naughty Dog's leadership. Meetings were held, concerns were raised, and eventually, things reached a breaking point. Before I continue, I want to give a huge shout out to Kiwi Talks and his interview with former Naughty Dog lighting artist Gabrielle Benacourt. After you finish this video, I highly recommend checking out the full interview. Gabriel shares his experiences working on industry-defining games, discussing game development culture, studio dynamics, and gives a fascinating perspective on what it was like inside Naughty Dog during this period. So please go support his channel because the interview gives us one of the most interesting looks on what happened during the development of Uncharted 4. In that interview, Gabriel spoke on the day Naughty Dog leadership reviewed Amy Hennig's version of the game and how it was ultimately received.
Great on a team, great art and great gameplay requires the risk to share your feelings, even if it's potentially going to ruin your reputation and career, because livelihoods are on the line. You're spending 2, 3, 4, 5 years of your life on something. Everybody has a vested interest. In fact, I remember this one game prototype, and I won't say which one, but there was a project that had been in production for 2.5 years, almost 3. And corporate had basically said, we're having questions about this. And the franchise was successful up until that point. There was no reason to question this thing would be successful. But at that time, the leader was surrounded by people who were always saying yes, and they were living in the glory of their success, going on to their 4th project. And now, they're delivering this deadline for a demo, and I think they just took it for granted. We've already had success before. We're going to have it again. We've done this 3 or 4 times already. So we're just going to be this great thing. And one director from another team was asked to weigh in. And I wasn't there. I only heard the story. And that director walked in the room full of all these people. He picked up the controller and he said to everyone, "This game sucks." And everyone was quiet. People were flustered. The director of that project was angry. And you could just, from what I understand, you could cut the tension in that room with a knife. And then somebody said, that's really rude of you to say something like that. And the director fired back. He said, "No, but the game sucks. There's no objectives. It's hard to follow what's going on. The controls are clunky. This isn't like you guys. This isn't what we delivered in the past." And in the meeting, people walked out of there really upset. I mean, and even this director, I'm surprised he had the gall to say something like that. He was disrespectful, not by calling anyone names, but he was disrespectful in that he was so adamant about how bad it was and insulting the work itself, but it got personal. And then, but here's what happened. Corporate looked at it. They decided they were going to push forward anyway. They're going to, ignore the naysayer. Corporate looked at it and they said, "You guys are in trouble. We're going to pull funding from this if you guys don't fix this."
Wow.
And as a result, the director of that project was pulled away, even though they had been successful. And the naysayer, along with 2 others, were put in to help fix it. And then the game had to be redone. But then 2.5, 3 years later, so going on 5 to 6 years total of production, the game became a success.
And then everything changed. Almost overnight, gaming headlines began reporting Uncharted PS4 writer Amy Hennig leaves Naughty Dog. Think about what that meant. This was the woman who helped finish Jak 3, worked on Jak X, directed the entire Uncharted trilogy, and became one of the most important creative voices at Naughty Dog. And now, she was gone. To make matters even more complicated, Richard McGonigal, the voice actor behind Sully, later spoke publicly about the situation. According to McGonigal, Amy didn't simply decide to leave on her own. He claimed she had effectively been replaced. Needless to say, the situation upset not only members of the development team, but also several actors who had worked alongside her for years. Yet, despite everything that was happening behind the scenes, Amy remained professional and continued supporting the cast.
That Amy had been replaced. I don't know whether this is public knowledge or not, but that was not her choice. It was the company's choice.
Yeah, that's public. Yeah. But I'd love to know why, because she'd done such a fantastic job on the first 3. You know what I mean?
I don't really know.
Yeah.
The answer to that. Why? There was some sort of internal machinations going on behind the scenes, and
yeah.
I don't know.
It was upsetting for you and the entire crew, but then
absolutely.
Like
yeah,
heartbreaking, or you were able to,
angry mostly.
Okay.
Angry. I mean, it hurt, but there was anger on top of it. We actually all got together and talked about just walking away.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
So who pulled you together? Was it Neil that ended up binding you guys together, or how did it all come back together?
It was the decision made by all of us actors. First of all, we were contractually obligated. So there would have been legal
ramifications.
Ramifications for it. And then it was, well, all right, let's do this. This was Amy's project from the get-go, and let's do the best we can to end this, because we knew it was the end. They had told us beforehand that it was the last one.
We're wrapping up, yeah.
Yeah, but we just thought, well, we'll finish it up, and we'll walk away, and we'll keep the series intact, as it were.
At the time, IGN reported Amy Hennig, the creative director and writer on the Uncharted series, has left developer Naughty Dog. The article continued with numerous trusted sources close to Naughty Dog have verified Hennig's departure from the studio. She was writing and leading development of Uncharted PS4. Her final day in the studio was Monday, March 3rd. Sources claim Hennig was forced out by The Last of Us Neil Druckmann and Bruce Straley, and explained that Uncharted may now come under their control. However, co-presidents Christoph Balestra and Evan Wells publicly denied those claims, releasing a joint statement that said, "As co-presidents of Naughty Dog, we are all responsible for studio affairs."
I'm Greg, and this is IGN News. After 10 years with the company, Amy Hennig, creative director of the Uncharted series, has left developer Naughty Dog, but not of her own accord. Multiple trusted sources close to the Santa Monica-based developer said that Hennig was forced out by The Last of Us developers Neil Druckmann and Bruce Straley, who might take over Uncharted PS4. In her 10 years with the Sony-owned studio, Hennig worked on the Jak and Daxter series before moving on to write and be creative director of the Uncharted franchise. Sony has verified to IGN Amy Hennig's departure. Quote, "We can confirm that Amy Hennig has left Naughty Dog. Amy has made significant contributions to the game industry, and we appreciate all she has done for Naughty Dog. The development timeline of Uncharted will not be impacted."
Regardless of where the truth ultimately lies, Amy Hennig's departure sent shockwaves through the company, and she wasn't the only major figure to leave. Also departing around this time was Justin Richmond, who had been serving as co-director on Uncharted alongside Hennig.
I'm Damon Hatfield, and this is IGN News. Justin Richmond, who was working on Uncharted PS4 as game director, has left developer Naughty Dog. He says, "I love the company and the people, and know that they will continue to create awesome games going forward. On a happier note, after careful consideration and exploration, I have joined Riot Games. There's some really innovative stuff going on here that I can't wait to be a part of." Previously, Richmond oversaw Uncharted 2's multiplayer mode and worked as game director on Uncharted 3. He had been with Naughty Dog since 2008. This news comes shortly after creative director Amy Hennig's departure from Naughty Dog earlier this month. Sony specifically noted the duo's involvement when it revealed Uncharted PS4 last year. Sony Worldwide Studios has been having a rough month, with numerous layoffs and other departures across the company. We've contacted Sony and Naughty Dog for comment, and we'll keep you updated here at IGN.
The project was now losing key leadership figures, and what started as Amy Hennig's vision for Uncharted 4 was rapidly changing into something completely different. And unfortunately, Amy Hennig wasn't the only major departure. Continuing the trend, Richard LaMarchand, one of the key creative minds behind the Uncharted series, will also leave Naughty Dog. Rather than continue in the game development, he would choose to pursue a career in education and eventually begin teaching at the university level.
Former Naughty Dog, now at the University of Southern California. How come you go from AAA development into teaching?
Well, that's a good question, Peter, and I think it's one that a lot of people have been curious about the answer to. I think a lot of people are wondering why I would ever leave an amazing studio like Naughty Dog, a studio that I joined as a fan of their games and had such an amazing time in the 8 years that I worked there. So I guess, but I think that the reason that I have for leaving is intuitive to a lot of people. Of course, being a lead game designer at a place like Naughty Dog is very much a full-time job. And over the course of the last 10 years or so, I would say, as the kind of indie game and art game revolution has taken off, my interests have always lain in those directions. I'm a child of the 80s, I grew up with indie culture. And so when indie games started coming along, I very naturally gravitated to them. But at the same time, I love big blockbuster games. I loved working at Naughty Dog. I loved every minute of it. I learned so much there. But I knew, and I had this realization beginning, a couple of years ago, maybe partway through the development of Uncharted 3, that it would probably be a good idea if I thought about a change of career that would allow me to, on a daily basis, indulge my interest in indie games and art games in the way that I would do at GDC, the annual game developers conference in San Francisco each year.
But of course, the departures do not stop there. Perhaps one of the most surprising losses was Greg Edmondson, the composer responsible for all the music in the original Uncharted trilogy. And if you play the Uncharted games, then you know just how important the music is to the franchise's identity. The adventure, the mystery, the sense of discovery. Greg Edmondson's music was woven into the DNA of Uncharted, yet despite composing the first 3 games, he would not return for the 4th. At this point, 4 major figures who would shape the franchise were no longer involved with the project. Amy Hennig, Justin Richmond, Richard LaMarchand, and Greg Edmondson. And like I said earlier, things were getting messy. With Neil Druckmann and Bruce Straley now taking control of the project, significant creative changes began taking place behind the scenes. Characters were reworked, story elements were rewritten, and casting decisions started changing as well. In fact, they even recast the voice actor heard in the original teaser trailer.
I'm Damon Hatfield, and this is IGN News. Yet another member of the Uncharted PS4 team has left developer Naughty Dog. Todd Stashwick, the voice heard in the Uncharted PS4 teaser trailer, is no longer involved in the next Uncharted project. Stashwick had been hired to play the villain. He tells IGN, "They chose to recast my role." We've contacted Sony for additional information. Visceral Games recently hired Stashwick as co-writer on its unannounced Star Wars project, which ex-Naughty Dog creative director Amy Hennig is directing. Stashwick's removal from Uncharted PS4 follows both Amy Hennig's and game director Justin Richmond's unexpected departures from Naughty Dog. Earlier today, former Naughty Dog art director Nate Wells announced his employment at Giant Sparrow, the developer of the unfinished Swan.
And this is where fans really started paying attention. Every few months, it seemed like another headline was appearing. A director leaves, a writer leaves, a composer leaves, a creative lead leaves. And when you look at old forum posts, comment sections, and message boards from the time, you can see many fans were becoming increasingly concerned about the future of the game. To outsiders, it looked like Naughty Dog was restructuring itself from top to bottom. Now, here's where things become a little more ironic. With Todd Stashwick no longer attached to the project, the role of Sam would eventually go to Troy Baker. And yes, the same Troy Baker who recently became a household name thanks to his portrayal of Joel in The Last of Us. But this wasn't simply a new actor stepping into an existing role, because once the leadership took over, the story itself began changing. Major portions of Amy Hennig's version of Uncharted 4 were reportedly discarded. Characters rewritten, relationships changed, story beats were reimagined, and roughly 8 months of work suddenly found itself facing the possibility of being thrown into a digital recycle bin. Even Nathan Drake's actor Nolan North later discussed the restructuring of Uncharted 4 and how dramatically the project shifted after the change in leadership.
Somebody over here, Henry. Yes, sir.
Was Amy Hennig leaving? Did they change the script at all to Uncharted 4?
Yeah. That's I can't really say too much about that, but I will. We had shot 8 months of her story, and it was all thrown away. The Last of Us guys came in. They wanted, and you have to understand that new producers, new people, they want to do it. I don't know what happened exactly. Amy is still a very, very dear friend of mine, and she's brilliant. But the Last of Us guys were the next team there, so they took over and just wanted their own flavor. They got rid of some of the other people that were involved and just redid their thing. Great move they made with Troy Baker playing my brother, and they knew that was going to work because Troy and I are friends, and it was like, and he had done Joel, and this was just, and they knew he and I had a good rapport, so. And it'll be fun. It's going to be good. The tone, I think, is going to be slightly different. Has to be. It's like you can't have a Robert Ludlum novel is not going to be the same as Stephen King. It's just they're different styles, but it's true to the story.
Doesn't look right at all.
No. It's going to be along the lines of the same story. I think there'll be. I don't know how it'll affect the whole thing. And to be honest with you, I'm just as curious as everyone to see what the final product will look like. I do know this. I trust the Naughty Dog designers and programmers that place is still top notch. And from the things I've seen and the sound and all the stuff that they've done, it's amazing.
Despite all the turmoil, development continued. A new creative direction was established, a new script was being written, and Naughty Dog needed to convince fans the project was still moving forward. That opportunity arrived during E3 2004, where Uncharted 4 re-emerged with a brand new trailer and a clear message: the show must go on.
I'd like to leave you with one last title from one of the finest studios in the world that captures the very best of the PlayStation spirit. Thank you all so much, and have a wonderful evening.
So, what do you think?
It's a lot to take in, kid. Where do I even start? You've been out of the game for a long time. Or maybe I need to remind you the kind of people we'd be crossing here.
Sully, I know the risks. But come on, it's a surefire plan.
Yeah. If there's one thing I've learned in all these years, it's there's no such thing as a surefire plan.
I don't really have an option here. You know that. Yeah, maybe you're right. I've been out of the game, but I need back in it. So can I count on you? One last time.
All right, kid. Let's go do it. One last time.
Of course, the problems were not over yet. Originally, Uncharted 4 was scheduled to launch in 2015, but as development continued and the team worked to rebuild the project under this new creative leadership, the game shipped further and further behind schedule. Eventually, the release would be pushed to 2016, and with every delay came more pressure. According to a report from journalist Jason Schreier, development on Uncharted 4 involved an extended crunch period that saw developers regularly working 12-hour days or longer as a project neared completion. The toll on the studio was enormous. In fact, after the game's release, 14 out of 20 lead designers credited on Uncharted left Naughty Dog, meaning roughly 70% of that design team moved on from the company. That static alone tells you just how exhausting development had become. Even Bruce Straley, one of the game's directors, later reflected on the experience, saying, "I would never want to do Uncharted 4 again because now we've lived through that." And perhaps the strongest evidence of how demanding the project was came shortly afterward. Following the release of the game, Straley himself took a sabbatical before eventually departing Naughty Dog altogether. When you look at AAA game development during this era, it was becoming infamous for crunch culture. For many developers, working on a major blockbuster title often meant sacrificing nights, weekends, vacations, and time with family. Some developers would even argue that the workload during these final months was worse than working retail during the holiday blackout periods. And despite all that effort, the game still wasn't ready. Naughty Dog initially delayed the game to March 18, 2016, stating they needed additional time to polish the ending. Then it was delayed again, and then delayed again, first moving into April, then finally settling on May 10, 2016. At this point, fans were anxious, frustrated, and desperate to get their hands on the game. But then something completely unexpected happened. Before launch, Amazon accidentally began shipping copies of Uncharted 4 early on April 26, 2016. And as if it wasn't bad enough, the very next day, reports surfaced that copies of the game had been stolen while being transported to retailers in the UK. Suddenly, spoilers were spreading across the internet weeks before the game's release. Naturally, Naughty Dog wasn't happy. Developers publicly expressed a disappointment towards people posting major story details online, hoping fans would avoid spoilers and experience the game as intended. After everything the team had gone through, the delays, the rewrites, the crunch, the departures, and the constant pressure, the last thing they wanted was for players to have the story ruined before launch day. But regardless of the chaos, regardless of the departures, and regardless of one of the most turbulent development cycles in Naughty Dog's history, Uncharted 4: A Thief's End finally launched on May 10, 2016, and after years of uncertainty, fans would finally discover whether all that sacrifice had been worth it.
It's a lot to take in, kid. Where do I even start?
This is how I was when I was watching the Uncharted 4 demo. The entire thing is riveting and amazing. This is the creative director at Naughty Dog that's bringing this award-winning at E3 video game. It's absolutely stunning. How do you feel right now? How's the reception and the response been?
It's been surreal. You know, you work on this thing so hard. I think I was talking to you about it. It's like you're so close to it. At some point you lose perspective and you're like, I still think it's good. All we can do is like tweak and polish. And then you bring it out here and you hear the reception. You see how people are excited to see Nathan Drake again. And it's awesome to share that with the team that's been working so hard. Since Uncharted 3, Nathan Drake, who's this modern treasure hunter, thief, criminal, has retired. He settled down with Elena. And then this brother that he thought has been dead for many years shows back up in his life. And through events I don't want to get too much into, pulls him back into this world. And Nate feels like he has to do this thing. But as you're seeing in this demo, he not only has to do it, he's having fun. Like, even though it's like there's so much danger and explosion, but in the stylized reality of Uncharted, this is what he does. This is what he lives for. He's an adrenaline junkie. And you get to see in this, compared to the other demos we show, you get to see the fun banter. Sullivan's back. And at the end of the demo, you get to see Elena's back as well.
It's good to see you alive, little brother. Come on. We got a treasure to find.
And how old is he supposed to be?
Early 40s. So he's coming up there. That's one of the things that we like about the series. Like, each game stands on its own, but there's also an evolution of the characters. They're not the same people you saw in the first Uncharted. They've been growing up, their bond has been getting stronger and tested, and now you're seeing a man that's kind of getting older and has to start really choosing between the passions of his life and the relationships.
Mate, come on.
Take us through some of the opportunities that working on the PlayStation 4 allows for this franchise. It's clear that it's expansive and it goes off in tons of different tangents, and it's absolutely breathtaking. But technologically, what are you guys able to do now that you've always wanted to be able to do?
Well, obviously there's just a graphical fidelity we've never been able to hit. So just you're seeing all these physics objects, so many destructibles. That comes back into gameplay because the cover is so dynamic now, and you have to constantly be on the move.
Everyone out of the way!
We're adding new mechanics, so the stuff that we showed is like Nate has a grappling hook now, so you can hook onto ledges, and there's more of that verticality that you've seen in the previous games, but now it's like to the nth degree as you could swing around corners and land on guys. We're showing a drivable vehicle today, and it's part of a set piece, so you have your foot to the gas the whole time, and you're just going, but that same Jeep is going to be in exploratory situation. You could jump in it, you could drive around, you could jump out. So it really lets us open the layouts, and we're not constrained by memory the way we were in the previous generation. So it's just bigger, badder, better.
More badass.
Please don't run anyone over. Sorry!
The way we work at Naughty Dog, characters come first. We have to be honest to who these characters are. Everything is constructed around them, from how we write the script to how we construct gameplay to the music. Everything needs to mirror the protagonist first of all, which is Nathan Drake, and then all the side characters represent different facets of who he is. And then we're thinking about, okay, who do we team you up with in each section to kind of pull different personality traits that Nate has.
Here we go.
Now, the other thing that we haven't been shy about saying is this is the final chapter in Nathan Drake's story. So everything you've seen in the first 3 games is a setup to this final climactic adventure between like Nate, Elena, and Sully, and a few other characters that we haven't revealed yet. So the game has to work on 2 levels. One is if you never played the 3 games, it's like a story that stands on its own. It's got its own arc. Yeah. But if you have played those games and you finish it and you reach that ending that definitely brings closure, it'll be hard to make a sequel to this game. You'll look back and be like, oh my God, this whole series has been building up to this.
I need back in. So can I count on you? One last time.
Okay, here's a quick spoiler alert as I'm about to tell the story behind Uncharted 4, along with light spoilers from Drake's Fortune, Among Thieves, and Drake's Deception. Now, if you're not a fan of spoilers, please advance the video to the gameplay overview section, as seen on the timeline below. Let's dive into this. Like the previous games, Uncharted 4 opens with a quote, this time from the English pirate Henry Avery, who famously said, "I am a man of fortune, and I must seek my fortune." As those quotes fade away, we're immediately thrown into chaos. A violent storm rages across the ocean as a small speedboat crashes through massive waves. Rain pours from the sky while lightning illuminates the darkness. At the helm is our leading man, Nathan Drake. Alongside him is another man who, at this point in the story, we only know as Sam. The two are desperately trying to escape a fleet of pursuing boats. Bullets fly through the air as Nathan slams enemies' vessels out of the way, fighting to survive what seems like a ride straight out of hell itself. Just when it appears they have escaped, another boat crashes directly into them, and before we can learn what happens next, the game cuts away. Years earlier, we're introduced to a young Drake living inside a Catholic orphanage. Almost immediately, Nate finds himself in trouble. A nun scolds him for getting into a fight with another boy who apparently stole some of his books. After the lecture, Nathan is sent back to his room where he sits alone, frustrated and isolated. But then something catches his attention. Outside his window, someone is signaling to him. Nathan looks closer. It's Sam. From this moment, the game reveals one of his biggest surprises. Sam is Nathan Drake's older brother. This revelation completely changes how we view the opening sequence and introduces a family connection that had never been mentioned in previous games. Determined to meet up with them, Nate sneaks out of the orphanage. We then are introduced to the game's climbing mechanics as Nathan scales rooftops, jumps between ledges, and carefully navigates the surrounding buildings. Along the way, he overhears conversations between the orphanage's pastor and one of the nuns, hearing more about his situation and how little stability exists in his life. Avoiding detection, Nathan continues his journey across the rooftops until he finally reaches his brother. And just like that, the adventure begins.
Ooh, you gotta learn to watch your back. All right. Hey, it's good to see you, little brother. What was that? Really? Again?
It's nothing.
You told me you'd stay out of trouble, though.
He was talking shit about us.
So?
He said that Dad dumped us here because we're worthless, and Mom is in hell because...
Nathan, come on. They're just saying it because it gets to you, all right? You just gotta learn to laugh it off.
You wouldn't.
Well, do as I say, not as I do. Here. You'll catch a cold.
So, what are you doing here like this anyway? If the nuns catch you, they're gonna call the cops.
Well, I got something for you, and it couldn't wait till Christmas.
What?
It's outside.
What happened to us staying out of trouble?
This is an exception.
Mm-hmm.
The two brothers spend the next few moments making their way across the town, catching up after years apart. Nathan immediately starts firing questions at Sam. Where has he been? What has he been doing? Why hasn't he come back sooner? As they climb rooftops and leap across buildings, Sam shares bits and pieces of his life while also teaching Nathan a few tricks along the way. Most notably, he introduces Nathan to something that will become one of his signature tools throughout the game, the grappling hook. Using it, the brothers swing across rooftops to navigate the city with ease. Eventually, they arrive at their destination. Waiting for them is Sam's new motorcycle. Naturally, Nathan is impressed. But before he can enjoy the moment, he asks the obvious question, why did Sam bring him here? That's when Sam reveals the real reason for their reunion. He's landed a job and he will be leaving for a while. Nate immediately becomes upset. After all, he hates living at the orphanage and wants nothing more than to leave that life behind. He begs Sam to take him along. But Sam has something else in mind. He tells Nathan that he has discovered the location of their mother's belongings, and if they're willing to take a little risk, they might be able to recover them. For Nate, that's all the motivation he needs. As the brothers ride off into the night, the game transitions forward several years. We now find ourselves in a prison and located in Panama, and Nathan Drake is in the middle of a fist fight. What follows is an absolute slobber knocker. The two inmates trade punches back and forth as prisoners gather around just to watch. Just as Nathan begins getting the upper hand, the prison warden arrives and breaks up the fight. As punishment, Nate is escorted towards solitary confinement, or at least that's what we're supposed to believe. Sometime later, the warden returns and leads Nathan through the prison grounds. Along the way, Nate witnesses guards brutally beating another prisoner before being escorted through a hidden underground tunnel. Eventually, the pair emerge outside the prison walls, and that's when we learn the truth. The entire situation itself was a setup. The warden has been working with Nathan and his associates the entire time. Before allowing Nate to proceed, however, the warden wants to review their arrangement. When Nathan reminds him of the original deal, the warden dismisses it and instead produces a letter. As he reads through its contents, he discovers that the search revolves around the infamous pirate Henry Avery and rumors of a lost fortune worth approximately $400 million. Suddenly, the warden realizes there may be far more treasure involved than he originally thought. Nathan attempts to calm him down, explaining that if they discover anything substantial, he can settle matters with their financier, Rafe. Satisfied for the moment, the warden hands Nate the letter and allows him to continue. Nathan then begins scaling the abandoned structure using the grappling hook, climbing higher and higher until he finally reaches the former cell of a pirate named Burns. Inside, he discovers numerous notes, markings, and clues covered with zodiac symbols. After piecing everything together, Nate solves the puzzle and uncovers a broken cross, engraved with the Latin phrase, Digna factis recipimus, which roughly translates to, we receive what we deserve. Recognizing the artifact's importance, Nathan quietly pockets the cross before climbing back down to meet with the awaiting warden Vargas. Careful not to reveal what he found, Nate tells Vargas that the search came up entirely empty. But before leaving, he convinces the warden to let him speak with his brother, a request that Vargas grants.
Puedo decir, ¿eh? Suerte de principiante, ¿verdad? Hijo de puta. Lo siento, chicos. Tengo que irme. Claro, te vas cuando estás ganando. Para ti, ¿eh? Hated us. They worked you over good. You all right?
Just another day at the office. Come on.
Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're gonna keep me in suspense, are you?
You were right.
No, we were right.
No.
You just gotta find Rafe.
No,
and...
Rafe.
Don't start, please.
Oh, come on. Like you said, we did this. You and me. Now this rich asshole comes in on the tail end?
How long have we been trying to get in here?
We had some leads.
No, we didn't. Okay, not one. So like it or not, no Rafe, no Vargas, and no getting in here.
Speaking of Vargas, we got a problem.
What kind of problem? Did he let you into the old prison?
Yeah, he did. After he read the letter.
So how much does he know?
Enough that he wants a cut.
Shit. Rafe, if anybody else finds out about this...
I'll work it out with Vargas. Don't sweat it. Right now, let's get on to more important matters.
All right. Let's find somewhere a little more private.
Yeah.
All right, coast is clear.
Okay, so what do we got?
Oh, shit.
Huh? Hey.
May I?
Just be careful, okay?
Wood with gold and silver inlay. It's well made. It's hollow. Why would one of Avery's men go through the trouble of hiding a cheap crucifix?
It's not a crucifix. Technically, a crucifix is a representation of Jesus. It's not Jesus.
Well, you're right. There's no crown of thorns. He's tied to the cross. Well, if it's not Jesus, then...
Read the inscription.
Digna factus recipimus. We receive...
We receive the due rewards of our deeds.
Yeah. Look at you.
It's the benefit of growing up in a Catholic orphanage. That's St. Dismas.
Yeah, penitent thief. What's the connection?
Guys, let's just pretend I skipped all of Sunday school.
Okay, during the crucifixion, Jesus is placed between two thieves, okay? One of them mocked Jesus. The other one, this guy, was penitent. Okay, he accepted his punishment with grace.
And Jesus brought him to paradise.
Penitent thief.
Yeah.
What? You figured it out?
There is a cathedral of St. Dismas in Scotland.
Wait, the last sighting of Avery was in Scotland.
That can't be a coincidence.
No.
You know, I had my doubts about you too, but let's find Vargas. Get the hell out of this shithole.
After speaking with Sam and Rafe, things quickly spiral out of control. The same inmates Nathan fought earlier suddenly return, and this time bringing friends and looking for round two. What follows is another prison brawl as Nate, Sam, and Rafe fight side by side against the growing crowd. The trio manages to hold their own until one of the prisoners pulls out a shank. Just as the situation threatens to become deadly, the warden arrives and brutally puts an end to the fight by smashing the attacker with his club. With the fighting stopped, the guards begin searching everyone involved. And that's when disaster strikes. One of the guards discovers the cross Nate had hidden from Vargas, the very artifact Nathan claimed he never found. Needless to say, the warden is furious. Feeling betrayed and realizing Nate has been lying to him the entire time, he orders Nathan, Sam, and Rafe to be brought into his office. And from there, things get dark.
Déjanos. Déjennos.
Took you long enough. We almost got killed, you know?
You still might.
Vargas? Seriously?
Oh, I didn't find anything. It must be in a different tower. Well?
What can I say? I was raised Catholic. I always carry one.
Funny.
Hey, look. It's worthless, all right?
You think I'm an idiot?
Okay, you want to renegotiate, fine. Stop acting like a third world thug. Put the gun away. Thank you. We're willing to give you 10%.
Think half.
We're doing most of the work, 20, and you'd never find it without us.
25.
equals. 25. Does that sound fair, guys?
Suppose I can live with that.
Sure. I mean, 400 million divides nicely by 4.
Looks like we have a deal.
Yes, we have a deal. And if you ever cross me
Jesus.
That's that.
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
You want to find out?
Guys, what are we doing here?
We're sticking to the plan.
Was this part of the plan?
Just follow me.
Come on. Come on!
After Vargas is killed, any chance of a peaceful resolution disappears. The trio immediately makes a run for it, desperately trying to escape the prison before every guard on the island comes looking for them. Gunfire erupts as alarms begin blaring through the compound. Nate, Sam, and Ray fight their way through the chaos, racing towards a nearby lighthouse that represents their only chance of freedom. For a moment, it looks like they're going to make it. Then tragedy strikes. As the group attempts to cross a gap, Sam is shot. He barely manages to grab onto Nathan's hand, dangling over the edge as guards continue firing. Nathan desperately tries to pull him up, but Sam's grip begins slipping, and despite Nate's efforts, Sam falls, plummeting to what appears to be his death. Nathan is devastated, but Rafe refuses to stop. He tells Nate they have to keep moving. Reluctantly, Nathan leaves his brother behind and escapes alongside Rafe, carrying the guilt and heartbreak of that moment with him. The game then jumps forward 15 years, and what we find is a very different Nathan Drake. Gone is the globe-trotting treasure hunter. Gone are the shootouts, ancient ruins, and lost cities. Instead, Nathan now works as a driver for a salvage company. We find him underwater searching for a wreck in a river near New Orleans, swimming through murky water, reeds, and scattered debris. Nate eventually discovers part of the wreckage before locating a cargo truck itself. He attached a crane hook to the trailer, allowing his employer to pull both the cargo and himself back up to the surface. As Nate emerges from the water, we see the modern city skyline and the damaged bridge where the trailer had originally fell. It's a far cry from the adventures we've grown accustomed to. After removing his diving gear, Nate chats with the salvage crew before speaking with Jameson, his boss. That's when he receives some bad news. A major salvage contract they were counting on has been awarded to another company. The pair inspect the recovered trailer and discover that the copper wiring inside survived the crash, giving Jameson at least some reason to celebrate. He invites Nate out for drinks afterward, but Nathan declines. Instead, he'd rather stay behind and finish paperwork. And honestly, if you played the previous 3 games, seeing Nathan Drake voluntarily choose paperwork over adventure feels like one of the most unbelievable moments in the entire series. Later, Jameson presents Nate with another opportunity, a salvage operation in Malaysia. According to one of his contracts, a shipwreck has been located and is supposedly intact. For the old Nathan Drake, this would have been an easy decision, but this isn't the old Nathan Drake. He refuses the job due to the legal risk involved and the lack of proper permits. Jameson leaves the offer on the table and gives him time to think before heading home. Back at his house, we begin to see how much Nathan misses his former life. Surrounded by artifacts collected during the years of treasure hunting, he spends a few moments reliving old memories. He examines treasure from past adventures, looks through old keepsakes, and at one point even picks up a toy gun and pretends to shoot imaginary pirates like a kid replaying his favorite memories. Eventually, reality calls him back. Literally. Elena, his wife, shouts from downstairs that dinner is ready. Nate joins his wife and the two settle for a surprisingly normal evening together. As they eat, they talk about work and discuss what they have accomplished recently. Elena begins describing an article she's working on involving smog in Bangkok, but while she's talking, Nate slowly drifts away. Mentally, he's no longer eating dinner. He's back on an adventure. He's back hunting treasure. He's back doing what he truly loves. Elena eventually snaps him out of his daydream and asks him what the article was about. Nathan's completely wrong answer immediately gives him away. Realizing Jameson must have brought up the Malaysia job again, Elena gently encourages Nate to consider taking it. She points out that it's nowhere near as dangerous as the adventures they survived in the past. She even suggests calling Sully, whom Nathan hasn't seen since their journey throughout Yemen 2 years earlier. But Nate quickly shuts the idea down. The conversation becomes tense, and for a moment, it looks like the evening may end on a sour note. Wanting to make things right, Nathan changes the subject and challenges Elena to a video game. And in one of the most charming scenes in the entire franchise, the two sit up and boot up Crash Bandicoot. Yes, the game that started Naughty Dog's rise to fame. It's a wonderful callback for longtime fans for Naughty Dog itself. Unfortunately for Nathan, nostalgia does not help his score. He loses, which means he's officially on dish duty. The couple laughs, jokes around, and enjoys a rare moment of peace together. But then Elena asks a simple question, one that cuts deeper than any treasure hunt ever could. Is he happy? Nathan never actually answers. Instead, the two share a kiss, and for a brief moment, everything feels perfect. But later that night, Nathan receives a visitor who changes everything, because the man standing at his door is someone Nathan thought had died 15 years ago.
Not open yet. We're closed. Come on, man. All right, I'm coming. Coming. Asshole. Yeah, can I help you?
Yeah, I'm, looking for my little brother. It's about your height, a little bit leaner. Definitely less gray in the temples.
Sam?
It's good to see you again, Nathan.
God, Sam.
Oh, all right. Take it easy, take it easy.
How? I thought you... I saw you get shot.
Yes, you did. Right there. Huh?
Jesus.
Well, the doctors, they patched me up and they tossed me right back into the cell.
Yeah, but I made calls. I checked everywhere. Everything I heard, everything I found, it all confirmed you were dead.
Nathan, we killed a guard. Okay, so they wanted to see me rot in that cell for the rest of my life, and I nearly did.
Jesus, Sam, man, if I had known, I swear to you, I would have come back.
Come back. I know, Nathan. I know. What's important now, though, is that I'm out. Hey, you still with me?
Need some air.
You're not gonna pass out on me or nothing, are you?
I just might. It's a lot to digest, you know? But how did you get out? When did you get out? How'd you even get here? Find me?
All right. Slow down. Hey, have a seat. I want to hear about you. Huh?
Me?
Yeah.
What's to tell?
Well, call some of your old contacts. Tell me some pretty crazy-ass stories.
These were crazy stories.
Got shot, hanging from a derailed train in the Himalayas.
Yeah, that actually happened.
Come on, man. What did I miss?
Jeez, Sam, where do I start?
Start with the best part.
Okay, a few years back, I got roped into breaking into this Turkish museum to steal this oil lamp, okay?
Oil lamp?
It was an artifact from Marco Polo's lost treasure fleet.
Kublai Khan's treasure.
Yeah, and as it turns out, there was a whole hell of a lot more on those ships than just treasure. I mean, what can I say? Another lost city destroyed, and we made it out alive. Barely.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was. I wish you could have been there.
No, it's literally unbelievable. You tell me you stumble upon yet another archaeological gold mine, and somehow you manage to walk away with nothing.
Yeah, well, it's a story of my life, I guess. But, you know, I managed to grab a few trinkets here and there. Paid off the car, the house, engagement ring, engagement ring. I'm married. I can't believe... Elena from the stories, that's my wife. You gotta come meet her. Tonight, dinner, at my place. You're coming to dinner. I can tell her all about you. Shit, I gotta tell her all about you.
Nathan, I'm in a lot of trouble here.
What? What are you talking about? What kind of trouble?
Does the name Hector Alcazar ring a bell with you?
Yeah, he's the drug lord. Butcher of Panama, right? Why?
It's a funny story, but last year he was my cellmate. So this is how I got out of prison.
The game then flashes back to the prison in Panama, revealing what supposedly happened to Sam after his fall. We find Sam inside of his cell doing sit-ups while speaking with none other than Hector Alcazar, a notorious drug lord. The two discuss what they had planned to do once they're free. Without hesitation, Sam reveals he intends to continue searching for Captain Henry Avery's lost treasure. Alcazar finds the idea amusing. In fact, he admits that he has dreamed of finding Avery's fortune himself. Referencing Avery's famous quote, Alcazar suggests that the two of them are both men of fortune. Sam dismisses the comment as wishful thinking, but before the conversation can continue, gunfire erupts throughout the prison. Moments later, heavily armed men wearing masks storm the cell block and unlock Sam and Alcazar's cell. Alcazar smiles and asks Sam a simple question. Are you ready to seek your fortune? Sam accepts, and just like that, a prison break is underway. The pair fight their way through the facility as Alcazar's men systemically overwhelm the prison guards. At one point, Alcazar casually executes a guard and hands Sam the man's pistol. Then he orders every prison cell opened. Chaos erupts. A full-scale riot breaks out as prisoners flood the compound and battle the remaining guards. Bullets are flying everywhere, explosions are tearing through the walls, and before long, Sam finds himself caught in the middle of a war zone. The group blasts through a section of the prison wall, creating a shortcut towards freedom. Eventually, they reach the courtyard where a machine gun nest pins everyone down. For a brief moment, it looks like the escape is over. Then Alcazar's men destroys the tower, holding a machine gun. With their path cleared, Sam and Alcazar leap over the prison walls and sprint towards a convoy waiting outside. Within minutes, they're gone. The prison disappears into the distance, and Sam is finally free. Or at least, that's what he thinks. As they drive away, Alcazar reveals that freedom came with a price. He gives Sam a deadly ultimatum, one that will ultimately set the entire plot of Uncharted 4 into motion.
Agua. Here, Samuel, drink.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm better than good, actually.
You're dehydrated. Go on, drink.
Thank you.
So, what's next for Samuel Drake, huh?
Jesus, what is next? I'm gonna take a bath. I'm gonna sleep in a real bed. Maybe find a nice warm body to sleep next to me. Track my brother down. Seems like a pretty good start.
It is. So, how long do you think it will take for you to retrieve Avery's treasure?
I don't know. I mean, I get back to the States, I can resume my search.
How long?
It's kind of hard to say until I get started.
You said you know where it is.
Yeah, I do, okay? But listen, it's not like Avery left some map with a big red X on it, okay? But I've got some very solid leads. Oh, okay. Just wait a minute. Hey, take it easy.
I like you, Samuel. More importantly, I believed you. That is why you were here.
I can get it, okay? I just need some time.
Dame un cuchillo. You see,
The problem is, I'm having all these doubts into my mind.
Hector, listen to me. I will find it. I swear.
How long?
6 months.
People are lazy. They always ask for more time than they actually need. 3 months.
3 months is
3 months. Half the treasure. Can you do it? Say it.
3 months, half the treasure.
Now, if you run, or try to hide the treasure, or do something really stupid like go to the authorities, I'll know. And when you least expect it, I will be there. At that point, death is not a mercy I will grant you. Here. Come on. Now, the nearest town is 10 kilometers in that direction towards the sunrise. It's been a while since we've seen the sunrise outside, huh? Vamos.
When I find it. Then what?
Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll be there to collect. Buena suerte, Samuel.
The story then returns to the present where Sam finishes explaining his situation to Nathan. Nate remains skeptical. As far as he's concerned, their search for Avery's treasure is a dead end. The trail went cold years ago. There are no leads left, or so he thinks. Sam then reveals a crucial piece of information. A second St. Dismas cross has surfaced. Unlike the broken cross Nate recovered in Panama 15 years earlier, this one is fully intact and scheduled to be sold at a black market auction in Italy. Nate still refuses. He explains that he and Ray spent months searching for the cathedral connected to the original cross and found absolutely nothing. To Nate, this sounds like chasing ghosts. Trying another approach, Nathan offers to connect Sam with some of his old contacts, but Sam is not interested in old contacts. He wants Nathan. Faced with an impossible choice, Nate finally caves, but agreeing means betraying someone he loves. Nathan calls Elena and lies. He tells her that he accepted the salvage job in Malaysia. In reality, he's heading back into the world he promised to leave behind. And with that, the adventure officially begins. We now cut to Italy. Nate and Sam are perched off a cliff overlooking a luxurious Rossi estate. Disguised in maintenance jumpsuits, they're conducting surveillance on a black market auction where the St. Dismas cross will soon be sold. During their stakeout, Sam expresses concern about one aspect of the operation, Victor Sullivan. Nate has invited Sully to join the job. Since Sam has never actually met him before, he immediately becomes suspicious. Nate assures him that Sully knows the people running the auction and is the reason they were able to infiltrate the estate in the first place. Sam remains unconvinced. He suggests Sully might double-cross them. Nate quickly shuts that idea down. Sam then argues that Sully will probably back out when things become too dangerous. And again, Nate disagrees. And before Sam can continue, a light suddenly flashes from inside the estate. The signal, Sully has arrived. And just like that, Sam is proven wrong. The brothers scale the ravine and make their way to the estate storage room and remove their maintenance uniforms to reveal tuxedos hidden underneath. Now looking the part, they enter the building and find Sully waiting for them. After 2 years apart, Sully warmly embraces Nate. Then for the first time ever, he finally meets Sam Drake. Unfortunately, Sully does not have good news. The original plan was to steal the cross before it ever reached the auction floor, but something changed. The auction organizers altered the order, and the cross has already been moved to the main display area. The trio quickly begins brainstorming alternatives. Eventually, they settle on a new plan. Cut the power, kill the lights, create confusion, and steal the cross in the darkness. The obvious problem is figuring out how someone can get close enough to the artifact without drawing attention. Then a waiter walks by. Everyone immediately has the same idea. A waiter wouldn't look suspicious. The revised plan is simple. Nate and Sam will sneak into the power room and cut the electricity. Meanwhile, Sam will disguise himself as a waiter and use the blackout to steal the cross. Sully leads them towards the wine cellar where they can reach the power room unseen. Unfortunately, the access door is locked. Then quickly, Nate discreetly lifts a key card from a passive waiter and gains entry. As Nathan and Sam disappear into the cellar, Sully remains behind to maintain appearances. That's when he encounters someone who will become a major problem moving forward. Nadine Ross, the leader and owner of the private military company known as Shoreline. Nadine casually approaches Sully and offers him a drink. And just like that, another major player enters the game.
Hands in the air. Hi, Victor.
Hello, Nadine. Pleasure to see you again.
Only this time, I've got the drop on you.
Well, I guess I should be glad that's not a real gun. Hardly recognize you out of your fatigues.
Yeah. You know how it is. Every once in a while, a job requires us to get all dolled up. Looking sharp, by the way.
Not too bad yourself.
Feel so out of place here. Can't tell you what a relief it is to run into another English speaker, even if you are American.
They'll have to blame my parents for that one.
I was on my way to the bar. Can I get you something?
Yeah, scotch. On the rocks.
Be right back.
Date? You catch all that?
Yes, I did. Sounds like a lady's trying to buy you a drink.
Yeah, Nadine Ross is buying me a drink.
Nadine Ross? Wait, doesn't she own that Army for Hire? It's called Coastline?
Shoreline.
Yeah, right. But you had a run-in with them.
It's putting it mildly. Fortunately, she does not seem to be holding a grudge.
I'm good to go here. All right. Listen, we're all set, Sully. You, stay out of trouble, okay?
I'll try.
Ready? Yeah, let's do it.
Nathan and Sam continue navigating through the wine cellar before crawling through a series of ventilation shafts that eventually lead them to the estate courtyard. Once inside, the brothers split up. Sam spots an opportunity, quietly knocking out a waiter and stealing his uniform so he can blend in with the staff. Meanwhile, Nathan heads towards the power room alone. Back inside the auction, Sully continues making small talk with Nadine Ross. Not long after, Rafe Adler joins the conversation. And that's when things become very interesting. Rafe casually reveals that he and Nadine are now partners. The revelation immediately raises red flags for Sully. After all, Shoreline isn't exactly the type of organization you hire for a simple treasure hunt. Sully quickly suspects that Rafe manipulated the auction in order to guarantee his access to the cross. Rafe doesn't deny the accusation at all. Instead, he makes it very clear that Sully should stop asking questions. And the threat isn't exactly subtle. At the same time, Nathan is closing in on the power room. Unfortunately, communication with Sam and Sully suddenly cuts out, leaving him to continue alone. As Nathan approaches the room, the auction officially begins. The St. Dismas cross is brought forward. Sam is in position, the guests are seated, and the bidding starts. Everything is ready, except Nathan hits one final obstacle: a locked door. Unable to reach the breaker in time, Nate radios Sully and asks him to stall for as long as possible. Without hesitation, Sully raises his paddle. The bidding war begins. Rafe responds immediately. Sully raises again. Rafe counters. Back and forth they go, each bid buying Nathan a few precious extra seconds. As the auction escalates, Nathan finally manages to pry open a locked door and reach the circuit breaker. But time is running out. Realizing he's pushed things as far as he can, Sully finally folds. He lets Rafe have the win. The auctioneer prepares to close the sale. Rafe offers $500,000. The auctioneer declares him the winner, and in that exact moment, lights out.
Just a second.
The gentleman's bid, 200,000 euros.
500,000. Let's get the show on the road here.
Thank you. We have 500,000 euros in the room. Does the gentleman wish to bid again?
Had me worried there for a minute, Victor. Thought I might have to kill you.
Okay, let's ruin this asshole's evening.
Anyone else? We are going once. Going twice? Then I shall sell it for 500,000. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The backup power will come on shortly.
It's gone!
Move it! Get out of the way! Stop him! Hey, stop that guy!
Fermo!
What are you doing? You letting him get away! You speak Spanish. What?
With the estate suddenly plunged into darkness, chaos erupts. Nathan exits the power room and quickly reestablishes communication with Sam and Sully. The plan worked. Now all they have to do is escape. Unfortunately, that's easier said than done. The entire estate is now on high alert. Guards flooding the property while security begins sweeping every room, sneaking through the confusion. Nathan slips into a nearby study while searching for another route inside. But before he can leave the room, someone blocks his path. And unfortunately for Nate, it's not a guard. It's Nadine Ross, the leader of Shoreline, the woman who has already proven she can see through people's lies. And she wants one thing, the St. Dismas cross that Sam just stole.
Scusi.
You're not supposed to be back here.
Well, neither are you. But I'll tell you what, I won't tell anyone if you don't.
You have something I want, and you're going to give it to me.
Really? Well, I'm flattered, but I'm afraid I'm spoken for. Oh, if you'll excuse me.
I'm not in the mood for games. Give me the crucifix.
Lady, you're lucky I'm a gentleman. Because if I weren't, I would...
You'd what?
All right, fine. Just remember, I didn't want to do this.
Let's see what you've got.
Nathan immediately tries talking his way out of the situation. After all, smooth talking has gotten him through plenty of impossible scenarios before. Unfortunately for him, Nadine Ross isn't buying any of it. In fact, she's already made up her mind. Without warning, Nadine attacks, and what follows is one of the most memorable fights in the entire game. And honestly, it's one of the few times Nathan Drake gets completely outclassed. Unlike the mercenaries and treasure hunters Nate has fought throughout the series, Nadine is a professionally trained combatant. She's stronger, faster, more disciplined, and far more technical in hand-to-hand combat. Throughout the entire fight, Nathan is forced onto the defensive. Every punch he throws is countered. Every advantage he gains disappears almost immediately. And perhaps the most important detail here is that Nate isn't even trying to seriously hurt her. He's trying to escape. Nadine is trying to win. After using a deceptive trick, Nathan briefly gains the upper hand, but the moment does not last. Nadine quickly regains control of the fight and literally throws Nathan through a window. Fortunately, Nathan manages to grab onto a torn curtain before falling to the ground. Because of course he does. He's Nathan Drake. Using the curtain as a makeshift swing, he launches himself towards the rooftops and begins another frantic escape sequence. The chase eventually leads him to a cable stretched across the estate. Using a zip line, Nathan races towards a ballroom. Halfway across, the cable snaps, turning the entire sequence into a giant rope swing. The momentum sends Nathan crashing directly through the glass ceiling of the auction room. And just like that, he is reunited with Sam. Unfortunately, Sam is currently being shot by half of the estate security force, so there isn't much time for a family reunion. Together, the brothers fight their way through the guards and escape into the courtyard. Waiting for them outside is Sully, and more importantly, an escape car. The trio jumps and tears out the estate, blending into the stream of fleeing guests and successfully escaping before security can stop them. Back at the hotel, the group finally gets a chance to inspect the St. Dismas cross. Breaking it open reveals something hidden inside. A small parcel containing a series of markings and symbols. Among them is a Latin phrase.
Hodie mecum eris in paradise.
Which translates to "Today you will be with me in paradise." Nathan and Sam quickly begin piecing together the clues. After comparing the markings to the information they already have, they conclude the next step lies within the graveyard surrounding the St. Dismas Cathedral. Somewhere among the graves is another marker bearing the same symbols, and if they're right, it could finally lead them one step closer to Henry Avery's lost treasure. While the brothers become consumed with the mystery, Sully notices something else. Nathan. More specifically, how quickly Nathan has slid back into his old habits. The excitement, the obsession, the thrill of the hunt, all things Nate supposedly left behind. Sully decides to address the elephant in the room. He calls Nathan out for lying to Elena. After everything they've been through together, Sully knows exactly how dangerous these adventures can become. And he knows Elena deserves the truth. Nathan doesn't want to hear it. Instead, he brushes the concern aside and insists that Elena simply wouldn't understand. Whether he believes that or not is another story. Wanting to avoid the conversation, Nathan steps out to the balcony and calls Elena, leaving Sam and Sully alone together. And with Nate gone, the two men finally get an opportunity to talk. A conversation that reveals quite a bit about how each of them views Nathan Drake.
The biggest pirate treasure of all time is within our grasp.
I thought this was about saving Sam.
It is. Now, come on, it's both, right? We need the treasure so we can save Sam.
How is Elena cool with all this? Jesus, kid.
Look, it's just not that simple.
Look, with all that you two have been through together,
she wouldn't understand this.
You are not giving her enough credit.
I can't take that chance.
Nathan, he's right. Things have changed. Rafe's involved now, and I can take this on my own, really.
Great. Well, thank you for your input, both of you. Excuse me. Hey. Hey, it's me, yeah. No, the reception's lousy. Yeah.
Something on your mind, dear?
Look, I realize it couldn't have been easy. All those years away. And I'm sorry for what happened to you. But it's not his fault.
I never said that it was.
It took a long time for him to get out of this game.
You see a gun to his head? He chose this. Okay, he's meant for this life.
You really believe that?
Why are you here, Victor?
Because somebody's got to keep an eye out for him.
No, I'll just see you in a few more weeks. Yeah, I will. Okay, I love you too. Bye. Just told her that the job was going to take a little longer than expected, which is the truth, right? So come on, what do you say? Sam could still use our help.
Well, I do hear that the weather is particularly fine in Scotland this time of year.
With Sully's help, Nate and Sam make their way to Scotland in search of the next clue leading to Henry Avery's treasure. As they travel through the rugged landscape, the brothers spend some time catching up. Sam asks Nathan what happened between him and Rafe after Sam's apparent death all those years ago. Nathan explains that the partnership eventually fell apart. He was still grieving the loss of his brother, while Rafe became increasingly obsessed with finding Avery's treasure. The two simply grew tired of each other. Sam isn't surprised. From everything he's heard of so far, Rafe sounds exactly like the kind of person willing to do anything to get what he wants. And unfortunately, that assessment is becoming more and more accurate by the minute. The brothers rappel down to a potential dig site and immediately notice something concerning. Evidence that someone has already been searching the area, which means Rafe isn't just focusing on the cathedral grounds anymore. He's expanding the search. Eventually, Nate and Sam arrive at the cemetery connected to the St. Dismas Cathedral and begin searching for Avery's grave. After a lengthy investigation, they discover a headstone belonging to Avery, who had been buried under an alias. But something doesn't seem right. Nathan notices that the skull engraved on the headstone appears to be made from a different type of stone. Sam then points out another discrepancy. The skull isn't positioned correctly. If it's Avery's symbol, it should be turned sideways. The realization hits both brothers at the same time. Nathan rotates the skull, and suddenly a hidden passage opens. Behind it lies a secret crypt. Inside the crypt are statues depicting Jesus, Dismas, and Gestas. Behind the statue sits a locked door and an unlit lamp. Using Sam's lighter, the brothers ignite the lamp, causing beams of light to illuminate portions of the chamber. Nathan then manipulates a series of mechanisms attached to the statue, redirecting the light until the puzzle is solved. The locked door finally opens, but instead of treasure, they discover another clue. Behind the doorway is a plane of blue glass decorated with 2 cross cutlasses. When viewed from a certain angle, the glass aligns with landmarks visible outside. 3 crosses, a cave, and a new destination. Following the clue, Nathan and Sam set off once again. Unfortunately, the path leads them directly back towards a territory occupied by Rafe and Shoreline. The brothers carefully weave through the cemetery while avoiding patrols of heavily armed mercenaries. From there, they begin traversing cliffs, ancient wooden structures, and collapsing pathways, and dangerous rock sliders in pursuit of the cave shown in the stained glass window. Despite Shoreline searching the surrounding area, Nate and Sam manage to enter the cave before anyone else does. Inside, they squeeze through a narrow passageway and discover a hidden chamber decorated with St. Dismas imagery and carved stone staircases. Deeper inside, they encounter another puzzle. A massive door blocks their path. Beside it sits an unlocking mechanism with a hole barely large enough for Nathan's arm. Knowing full and well this is the kind of thing that gets treasure hunters killed, Nathan reluctantly reaches inside, which, with encouragement from Sam, he pulls the hidden lever. Thankfully, this time there aren't any deadly surprises. The door slides open, really one of the most important discoveries in the game so far. Inside the chamber hangs dozens of skeletons locked inside cages. At the far end rests an elaborate stone mural and a message that clearly wasn't left by Henry Avery. Instead, it bears the mark of another pirate, Thomas II. Written on the wall are the words, "For those who prove worthy, paradise awaits," and beneath it, "To those who prove false, behold your grim fate." Sam immediately questioned II's involvement. Historically, Thomas II died while attacking the same treasure fleet Avery later became famous for looting. So why would this signature be here? Nathan proposes an interesting theory. Maybe history got it wrong, or at least history didn't tell the whole story. Perhaps II's fate wasn't quite what everyone believed, and if that was true, then Avery wasn't acting alone. As the brothers contemplate the implications, a loud rumble echoes throughout the cavern, a reminder that Shoreline's excavation efforts are happening directly above them. Deciding not to linger, they continue deeper into the cave system. Soon, they encounter a rickety bridge leading to a massive underground chamber. The moment Nathan steps forward, a hidden mechanism activates. Stone wall shifts, exits close, and suddenly, the brothers are trapped inside another elaborate death trap. Facing them is a puzzle involving 3 crosses representing Jesus, Dismas, and Gestas, along with a bucket suspended over a deep hole. Nearby sits a lever. Unfortunately, the lever is surrounded by deadly spikes. Even worse, a skeleton remains impaled besides warning everyone foolish not to pull it. Nathan wisely decides not to repeat history. Instead, he removes the skeleton arm and uses it to trigger the mechanism safely. The spikes retract, the wheels begin moving, and the puzzle can finally be solved. Working together, Nate and Sam fill the bucket with water and manipulate the machinery until the correct solution is reached. The trap disengages, the path forward opens, and the brothers continue beneath the cathedral. Eventually, they find themselves navigating a vast network of catacombs hidden below the structure. Down here, explosion caused by Shoreline's excavation teams can be felt in full force. The entire underground complex trembles with every blast. As Nate and Sam make their way through the tunnels, Sam suddenly hears voices through a crack in the wall. Curious, the brothers move closer. On the other side are 2 very familiar faces, Rafe and Nadine. The pair are arguing about Shoreline's increasing reckless use of explosives while searching for Avery's trail, and from the sound of things, tensions between them are beginning to rise.
Anything noteworthy by the dormitories?
Not unless you count some cleverly worded headstones.
Have you finished digging by the chapter house?
We have, ma'am. The northwest sites are wide open as well.
And what about the southern perimeter?
Not yet. It'll take us a day to move the crane over there.
Nadine.
Make it happen. In the meantime, see what you can dig up without it.
I'll send a couple of men over right away.
Good. Rafe, any luck with those manuscripts?
Can we have a minute?
Keep me updated.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear? They found a whole annexed area under the cathedral.
I did. Have you seen it?
No. Why?
Because there wasn't much left after they'd finished finding it.
My men have been a bit liberal with the
They're like
dynamite.
100 well-armed bulls in a china shop.
But they've made more progress in 2 days than we've made in months.
Progress. I can't analyze rubble.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll let them know they need to give you a heads up before they do anything drastic.
Or you can tell them to sit tight until I analyze the few clues that haven't been blown up.
No, we can't sit around waiting any longer.
All due respect, I think I have a bit more experience with this sort of thing than you do.
We tried things your way.
Bullshit. You've been wanting to level this place ever since we got here.
No! I wanted to steal that cross long before it ever even made it to that auction. The same auction where I couldn't have my men around to deal with any surprises.
The auction was the cleanest way
But
to get the
instead
cross.
of going with my gut, I listened to you. And now we have competition.
Oh, well, I didn't think he'd show up.
Or maybe you wanted to draw him out.
Why the hell would I do that?
Because you think you need him. And maybe you do. Point is, I'm done trying to do things the clean way. If the treasure is here, we'll find it. And if not, well... maybe it's time to move on, huh? Hey. It's not personal.
Of course.
I'll let you know if anything turns up.
Let's get moving before they blow that treasure to bits.
Stop making out. Wait. You think she was right, though?
About what?
About Rafe wanting to draw you out.
As long as he doesn't get the upper hand. Who cares? Doesn't matter.
Nate and Sam continue deeper through the catacombs until they emerge into a massive open cavern. Looking around, the brothers quickly realize something is missing. Based on the clues and trails they've encountered so far, there should have been another challenge waiting for them here. Instead, much of the cavern appears to have collapsed into the sea centuries ago. Whatever test once existed has long since been claimed by time. Undeterred, the brothers continue across the ravine, eventually arrive at a massive chamber. At its center sits a giant scale. On one side rests an ornate jeweled cross. On the other side sits a small piece of copper coins. At first glance, the answer seems obvious. The valuable cross must be the prize, but Nathan sees through the trap. Recognizing that greed is likely the real test, he tells Sam to ignore the cross and pick up only a single copper coin. Sam reluctantly follows his brother's advice. The moment he does, the mechanism activates, the floor beneath them begins to move, and suddenly a map appears. Projected across the chamber floor is a detailed image of Madagascar. Looking closer, Nathan notices that one of the floor markings aligns perfectly with Kings Bay. And just like that, everything changes. The treasure was never in Scotland. The cathedral, the crypts, the trials, the clues, all of it was leading somewhere else. Sam immediately concludes that Henry Avery intentionally misled anyone searching for his fortune. Nathan disagrees. Instead, he proposes completely a different theory. What if Avery wasn't trying to hide the treasure? What if he was recruiting? According to Nate's theory, the cavern served as an initiation process. The St. Dismas crossers weren't treasure maps, they were invitations. Only those clever enough to solve the puzzles would earn the right to continue. Before the brothers can fully explore what this means, they're interrupted. Nadine Ross and an entire squad of shoreline mercenaries storm into the chamber. Weapons raised, escape routes blocked, and suddenly, the hunt for Avery's treasure becomes a hostage situation.
Ah, crap.
You gentlemen are very, very noisy. Guns on the floor. Slowly. Must have known you from last time.
Throw me out a window didn't do it for you?
Rafe. Rafe, come in.
I'm at the graveyard. Nadine, hey, we're here.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now.
What? Where are you?
Come back to the cathedral. Follow the holes.
I'm on my way. And for God's sakes, don't shoot him yet.
Not want to hurry then. Kings Bay.
Yeah, but, where in Kings Bay? You'll need that cross over there to figure it out, but there's only 2 people that can tell you how to use it.
Let me guess. You two.
I'll leave it to Rafe. You're gonna be waiting a long time.
Sorry, boys. I'm not here to negotiate. Bring me the crucifix.
It's not a crucifix.
What?
Well, technically, a crucifix refers to a cross that... You know what? Never mind.
Naturally, things don't stay peaceful for long. A firefight erupts almost immediately. Using the chaos to their advantage, Nathan and Sam make a break for it. The brothers fight their way through the shoreline forces while retreating towards the cathedral ruins above. Gunfire echoes throughout the ancient structure as the battle intensifies. In the middle of the chaos, Sully radios them with urgent news. Shoreline has found them and they're shooting at his plane. If Nate and Sam want to ride out of Scotland, they need to move fast. The brothers race through the ruins, leap across collapsing pathways, and eventually find themselves sliding down a massive rock slide. The descent launches them straight into the freezing waters below, and somehow surviving yet another near-death experience, the two swim towards Sully's aircraft and climb aboard. Moments later, they are airborne, and Scotland is behind them. During the flight, the trio reviews everything they've learned. One thing is now clear. The treasure was never in Scotland. The true destination is Kings Bay, Madagascar, but finding the exact location within Kings Bay remains a problem. Fortunately, they still have the copper coin Sam picked up from the scale puzzle. Examining it more closely, Nathan notices an image stamped onto its surface, an extinct volcano, a landmark that exists within Kings Bay. Another clue, another breadcrumb left by Avery. As the group discusses the discovery, Sam revisits Nathan's theory. Was Avery really recruiting people, or was he simply misleading everyone? Even Sully seems skeptical. Nathan explains that the presence of Thomas II supports the idea. Historically, II was every bit as famous and successful as Avery. Neither pirate needed the other. So, were there clues connected? The answer, according to Nathan, is simple. Avery wasn't working alone. He was assembling something bigger. A coalition, a brotherhood, a gathering of the world's most successful pirate captains. If that's true, then the treasure they could be searching for isn't merely Avery's fortune. It's the combined wealth of multiple legendary pirates. The implications are staggering. Suddenly, the famous $400 million Gunsway heist looks small by comparison. Needless to say, Sully loves his theory. The potential payout has just grown exponentially. Without wasting any more time, the group decides to head straight for Madagascar. Upon arriving in Kings Bay, Nathan makes a phone call home. For the first time in a while, we are reminded of the lie hanging over the entire adventure. Elena. She answers the phone sounding worried. A powerful monsoon recently swept through Malaysia and she's been unable to reach Nate. Completely unaware that he's actually halfway across the world in Madagascar, she simply wants to know if he's okay. And once again, Nathan lies, a decision that will eventually come back to haunt him.
Hey, Nate.
Hi, honey.
Oh, hi. I've been trying to get a hold of you. Are you okay?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
Well, you know, the news. There's been all that flooding. Maybe going to Malaysia during the monsoon season wasn't such a good idea.
Yeah, right. Right, yeah, it grounded us for sure. You know, had some equipment failure, but, you know, no one's hurt or anything.
Well, as long as you guys are safe. So are you gonna start work tomorrow?
Postponed, actually. Looks like we're gonna need maybe another 10 days or so.
Ugh, 10 days? Hey, well, why don't I just go ahead and buy a ticket then?
Oh, you don't have to do that. That's fine. I mean, these guys always overestimate things. I'm sure it'll be less time than that.
Okay, well, don't rush. Make sure that you're safe.
Oh, I will. Always do. Listen, I'm sorry. I gotta go. Jameson's calling me over.
Okay.
I love you.
Love you too.
With Scotland behind them, Nathan, Sam, and Sully arrive in Madagascar and begin making their way through the wilderness in a 4x4 Jeep. Their destination? The volcano marked on a coppercorn. As they drive across the vast landscape, the trio continues discussing Henry Avery and the clues they've uncovered so far. The more evidence they find, the more Nathan becomes convinced that Avery wasn't simply hiding treasure. He was building something. The numerous towers scattered throughout Kings Bay, each seemingly tied to a different pirate captain, support Nate's theory that Avery wasn't recruiting like-minded pirates to some secret organization. Of course not. Every conversation is quite so serious. At one point, the group begins debating whether purchasing the Jeep winch was actually worth the money. Given how often it ends up saving their lives, I'd say Nathan got his money's worth. Eventually, they stumble across a shoreline encampment built around the old tower complexes. The discovery immediately raises concerns. Sam assures the worst. If Shoreline is already here, then perhaps Rafe and Nadine have already beaten him to the punch. Determined to find out, the trio investigates further. While exploring the ruins, Nathan discovers notes left behind that describe the struggles faced by the pirates who once occupied the region. The documents paint a picture of infighting, desperation, and conflict. Whatever Avery was building, it clearly wasn't perfect. Continuing onward, the group eventually arrives at a massive drawbridge. Beyond it, Nathan spots what appears to be the largest tower in the entire region. Naturally, that's where he wants to go. But before he can lower the bridge and allow Sam and Sully to cross, shoreline mercenaries arrive, because apparently no Uncharted adventure is complete without somebody shooting at Nathan Drake. A firefight breaks out. After defeating the mercenaries, the trio finally crosses and continues towards the tower. The journey isn't exactly smooth. While attempting to climb a steep mudslide, disaster strikes. The boulder anchoring their wind suddenly gives away. The Jeep loses traction, and within seconds, Nathan, Sully, Sam, and the vehicle are sliding towards the edge of a cliff. The entire Jeep plunges over the side. Only the winch prevents them from falling to certain death. Thinking quickly, Nathan uses the cable to pull the vehicle back up the cliff face. It's one of the most ridiculous action sequences in the game, and somehow one of the most fun. After recovering from a near disaster, the group reaches a broken bridge. Using damaged structure as a ramp, they launch the Jeep across the gap and crash land near the tower, because at this point, Nathan Drake treats physics more like a suggestion than a law. Inside the tower's main chamber, the group discovered one of the most important clues yet: a map. Marked on the map are 12 towers scattered throughout Kings Bay, each one tied to a different pirate captain. The discovery appears promising until Sam notices something. They're not the first ones here. Almost immediately, shoreline mercenaries rappel through the ceiling to attack. The trio finds themselves trapped inside the tower and forced into yet another firefight. Despite being heavily outnumbered, Nathan, Sam, and Sully manage to hold their ground and eventually defeat the attackers. Afterward, Sam searches one of the fallen mercenaries and finds confirmation of his fears. Shoreline has the same map. They know about the 12 towers, they know where to search, and they're likely to have hundreds of soldiers climbing the region. Needless to say, Sam isn't thrilled. From his perspective, they're already losing. They're facing an enemy with more manpower, more resources, and a significant head start. But Nathan isn't ready to give up. Taking another look at the coin they uncovered beneath the Scottish cathedral, he notices something he previously overlooked. The opposite side of the volcano engraving is a faded pirate signal. Using the map, Nathan narrows the possibilities down to 2 towers that match the symbol. It's not much, but it's enough. Sam proposes a simple solution: split up. search both towers simultaneously. Nathan immediately hates the idea, considering their track record splitting up usually ends with somebody being captured, shot at, or dangling from a cliff. But after Sully backs Sam's suggestion, Nathan reluctantly agrees, and with that, the team divides into two groups, a decision that will have major consequences moving forward.
These towers are at opposite ends of Kings Bay.
Damn it.
If you run into any of those shoreline clowns, you call us, okay?
See you soon.
Come on, Nate. We gotta hurry.
Yeah.
After splitting up, Nate and Sully continue their search and eventually arrive at a local city. Navigating through crowded streets and weaving between vendors in the marketplace, the pair finally locate one of the towers marked on the map. There's only one problem. The tower is locked. Since simply using the front door would be far too easy for an Uncharted game, Nate and Sully take the scenic route. The two scale the exterior columns of the ancient structure and climb through an open window high above the city. Once inside, they immediately find evidence that they're in the right place. Printed on the floor of the entrance hall is the signal of pirate Edward England, another member of Avery's mysterious network. Encouraged by the discovery, they continue deeper into the tower until they reach the clock room. At the center of the chamber sits a pedestal containing a circular indentation. Nathan removes the coin they recover in Scotland and places it into the slot. Immediately, the mechanism activates. The pedestal sinks into the floor. 4 statues emerge from hidden compartments: a scorpion, a man carrying a water pitcher, a lion, and a bull. Recognizing them instantly, Nate identifies the figures as zodiac symbols. At the same time, matching locks appear on the floor beneath them. Then 4 bells ring from above. It's time for a puzzle. A spiral staircase rises from the ground, although portions of it break apart due to age. As Nate begins climbing, Sully contacts Sam to let him know they found the correct tower. Unfortunately, the call goes straight to voicemail. Assuming Sam is simply busy, they continue. Using his grappling hook, Nathan transverses the crumbling clock tower and rings the bells in order to the corresponding zodiac statues. 1 bell, 2 bells, 3 bells, 4. After ringing the final bell, the lock disengaged. Henry Avery's sign appears on the floor below. The problem? Nothing happens, at least not immediately. Determined to figure out the next step, Nathan notices the massive central bell hanging near the top of the tower. Perhaps that's the real trigger. He climbs higher and attempts to ring the bell by using a nearby crank. The crank immediately breaks, because apparently nothing in this tower has received maintenance for over several hundred years. With no other options remaining, Nate decides to do what any rational treasure hunter would do. He jumps right into the giant bell. Using his own body weight, he manually swings until it rings. The bell tolls, and then the entire structure collapses. Nathan, the bell, and a large portion of the clock mechanism plummet through the tower. Debris crashes around him as he desperately avoids being crushed. At the last second, he uses his grappling hook to break his fall and slams into the floor below. Miraculously, he lives again. The impact of the bell reveals the solution. It crashes directly into Avery's sign, breaking open the hidden passage beneath the tower. So after nearly being crushed to death, the puzzle is finally solved. As they search through the rubble, Sully recovers the coin and returns it to Nate. The two descend the staircase hidden beneath the tower. During the walk, Sam finally returns Sully's call. Unfortunately, he has no good news. His tower search turned up absolutely nothing. Sully informs him that Nate has found the correct location and tells him to head their way immediately. At the bottom of the staircase, Nate and Sully push open a massive set of doors. What they discover beyond them is extraordinary: a secret chamber. Inside stand statues of Thomas II and Henry Avery. 3 sealed doorways and a massive golden wheel dominating the center of the room. Inscribed upon the wheel are Avery and II's pirate signs beneath the title that reads Founders. Nathan immediately notices something unusual. The signs contain partial star patterns. Experimenting with the mechanism, he rotates the symbols until it starts to align. One of the sealed doors opens. At the same time, the wheel rotates and reveals 3 new pirate signs belonging to Adam Baldridge, Anne Bonny, and Christopher Condon. Unlike Avery and 2 symbols, these two don't contain obvious star patterns. At first, the puzzle seems impossible. There are simply too many combinations. Looking for clues, Nate and Sully enter the newly opened room. Inside, they discover portraits of 3 pirates. Upon closer inspection, hidden markings can be found within the paintings themselves. Each portrait contains star arrangements, matching the patterns needed for the wheel. Nathan records the clues in his journal and returns to the chamber. One by one, he solves each section of the puzzle. At one point, Sam even assists over the phone when Nate encounters a pirate sign he can't immediately identify. Eventually, every symbol is rotated into its correct position. The massive wheel activates, then flips over. 3 stone discs rotate, revealing fragments of a hidden map. Nathan photographs the pieces, then creates rubbings using pages from his journal. When the pages are aligned and held against the light, the fragments combine into a complete image, a map. Sully immediately notices trade routes and navigation markers. Nathan notices something even more important, a Latin phrase.
Pro Deus quod licentia.
For God and liberty. And in that moment, Nathan has a revelation. He's finally beginning to understand what Henry Avery was building. Before he can explain his theory, however, Sully's phone suddenly rings. Expecting it to be Sam calling back, Nathan answers. But the voice on the other end is not Sam.
Here I am, calling what I thought was Sullivan's phone, and look who picks up. How you been, Nate?
Hey, Rafe. It's been a long time. How did you get this number? Sullivan leave it on a cocktail napkin?
I wish. That only would have cost me a few shots of rum, right? No, I had to pay top dollar to find you guys.
Yeah. I hope you didn't spend too much on this whole Avery thing. I hear the competition's fierce.
Yeah, you pulled off some clever moves there. But in the end, all that matters is who gets to Avery's treasure first.
Well, that sounds like a bet.
Hey, Nate, you know I'm always game, but my partner, well, she prefers to mitigate unnecessary risks.
Wow. Rafe Adler, taking orders from somebody else. Oh, how times have changed.
Look, Nate, I'm gonna make you a one-time offer here. You drop everything. Go home, live your life. I'm willing to forgive and forget. For old time's sake.
As tempting as that sounds, Rafe, I gotta say, I'm not normally the kind of guy who likes to quit while he's ahead.
Okay. Pro Deus quod licentia, for God and liberty. These are nice pictures, Nate. Good composition.
You hacked our phones.
You stole my cross. Listen, Nate. If you're half as smart as you think you are, you'll accept my offer. What's it gonna be?
Listen, as nice as it's been to catch up with you, I really gotta take this call, so.
Well, Nate, one more thing. Nate!
What?
You do realize that your phones are equipped with GPS, right? I'll see you soon, buddy.
Shit.
Let me guess. Goons with guns on their way here now.
Sam.
For God and liberty. Nathan, do you understand what this means?
Sam, listen to me. Get off the streets right now and destroy your phone.
What's going on?
Rafe knows where we are. You gotta find someplace to hide. Sam? Sam!
The call ends abruptly. Nate crushes Sully's phone beneath his heel. And just like that, Nate and Sully are on the move. The two rush out of the clock tower and immediately spot Sam's tower in the distance. Smoke fills the sky. Explosions rock the area. Gunfires echo across the landscape. Whatever happened, Shoreline has already arrived. Without wasting another second, Nate and Sully sprint into the crowded marketplace, pushing through civilians as they race towards their vehicle. Unfortunately, Shoreline has no intention of letting them leave. The pair were ambushed by mercenaries in an armored artillery vehicle, forcing them to fight their way through the city. The chase quickly escalates. Nate and Sully cut through a passport offense, leap across rooftops, and barely manage to reach their parked Jeep before being overwhelmed. From there, things become pure Uncharted insanity. The armored vehicle begins pursuing them through the city. Nate then tears downhill at full speed, swerving around pedestrians, smashing through fences, and launching off ramps while the APC relentlessly follows behind. It's one of the most over-the-top chase sequences in the entire franchise, and somehow it only gets crazier. Eventually, they arrive near Sam's tower, just in time to see him speeding across the bridge on a motorcycle. Behind him, an entire shoreline convoy. Nathan immediately gives chase. The pursuit races through the roads, villages, and construction zones before eventually reaching the docks. Soon, Nate realizes they're running out of road, fast. Then he spots an opportunity. One of the pursuing trucks is carrying a crane with a low-hanging arm. Using his grappling hook, Nathan launches himself from the Jeep and grabs onto the crane. What follows is one of the most ridiculous stunts of his career. Dangling high above the city, Nate is dragged through the air while narrowly avoiding scaffolding, cranes, buildings, and even passing boats. Eventually, he lands safely and begins fighting his way through the convoy on foot. One by one, he takes out mercenaries, hijacks vehicles, steals jeeps, and continues working his way towards Sam. Eventually, he catches up, but before the brothers can celebrate, disaster strikes. A heavily armored vehicle slams directly into Nathan's Jeep. The impact flips the vehicle over. Within moments, it's engulfed in flames. Trapped beneath the wreckage, Nathan barely manages to crawl free before being discovered by shoreline mercenaries. After dispatching the soldiers, he turns around just in time to see the armored vehicle returning for another pass. Then suddenly, Sam arrives. Pulling up on his motorcycle like an action movie hero, Nathan jumps aboard, and the chase begins once again. As Sam speeds through the city, he tosses Nate an SMG. Nathan immediately opens fire on the pursuing vehicle. The brothers weave through obstacles and construction equipment until they finally reach a shipyard. There, Sam spots a narrow opening beneath a massive piece of machinery. At the last possible second, he slides the motorcycle underneath it. The armored vehicle tries to follow, but it can't stop in time. It collides with the equipment, flips violently through the air, and explodes. Finally, silence. For the first time in what feels like hours, Nate and Sam get a chance to breathe. The brothers regroup with Sully and make their way back to the motel. Exhausted, victorious, and completely unaware that their biggest problem isn't Shoreline. It's waiting for them inside. Because when Nathan Drake walks through the motel door, everything comes crashing down.
Pro Deus cor licentia. This looks like a simple cipher.
For God and liberty. I mean, it's their damn motto. All the paradise references. I can't believe we missed it.
See, you two made it out okay.
Way better than okay. We found Libertalia.
What are you?
Libertalia. Seems Avery founded the legendary pirate colony.
It's more of a pirate utopia, really.
Okay, but what about the treasure?
See, as the story goes, this place provided a safe haven for hundreds, maybe even thousands of pirates, and they shared everything. Property, resources.
Money?
And they kept it all in one common treasury building.
Okay, so where is this commie pirate sanctuary?
Right here. That island, just northeast of Kings Bay.
Hey, Rafe has a copy of this.
Yeah, well, by the time Rafe figures it out, we'll be well on our way to Libertalia. I'm telling you, that treasure is as good as ours. Shit.
How's the Malaysia job going, Nate? Seems like you're a hair off course.
Elaine, it's not what it looks like.
Really? Because what it looks like is that you're searching for Henry Avery's buried treasure. And given the shoreline soldiers that are all over town, I'd bet you're not the only ones looking for it.
All right, well, I guess it's kind of what it looks like. But I can explain. Look, it's gonna sound crazy.
Try me.
Well, for starters, this is Sam. Sam Drake. My brother.
Hi.
I'm sorry.
I thought he had died in a Panamanian jail, but I was obviously very wrong. He's been stuck in there for 15 years, and it's because of me. And the guy who broke him out wants a lot of money, and the only way we can pay off the debt is Avery's treasure. But that's the good news. We found it. It's on an island just off the coast.
Okay, just stop. Was there ever a Malaysia job?
Come on, wait. Elena, wait!
I don't get you.
Look, I wanted to tell you.
You know what? Enough.
No, I wanted to, but how could I?
I don't know. Just say it.
I had to protect you.
That is bullshit, Nate. You just didn't have the nerve to face me again.
I knew you would react like this.
How would you react? You lied to me for weeks. If you were killed, I wouldn't have even known about it. And now you have a brother. Who are you?
Come on. I'm me. Come on, it's me. It's different this time. Oh my God. I have to save him. I don't even care about the treasure.
The look on your face when you walked into this room. If you're done lying to me, then you should stop lying to yourself. I got a plane to catch. You do what you have to do.
Hey, what are you doing? Go after her.
We're not done here.
Well, maybe we should be.
What are you saying?
I'm saying maybe there's a smarter way to save Sam.
Such as?
Such as we give him a new identity. We put him in hiding somewhere.
He's been in prison for 15 years. He's not going into hiding.
Okay, fine. You go after your wife. Sam and I will head off for Libertalia.
Without me? Come on, you'll get both of you killed.
Really? Kid, I've been doing this for a hell of a long time. I think I might be able to handle...
Hey, you want to be helpful, Sullivan? Go keep an eye on her.
Whatever you say.
You need a hand?
I got it. Let's go pack your bags.
The story now jumps forward to the sequence we briefly saw at the beginning of the game, only this time the sea is calm, and aboard the boat are only Nathan and Sam. For the first time in a long while, the brothers get a moment of peace. Sam tries to enjoy it, but Nathan can't. His mind is elsewhere. By this point, Nate had lost Elena's trust, strained his friendship with Sully, and once again followed his obsession with adventure to take priority over the people who care about him. The weight of those decisions is clearly beginning to affect him. Sam attempts to reassure his brother. According to him, once they find Avery's treasure and bring it home, everything will work itself out. The treasure will make it all worth it. Nate doesn't seem entirely convinced of that. But with the finish line finally in sight, he pushes forward anyway. The brothers soon arrive at a remote archipelago, hidden deep within the Indian Ocean. While surveying the islands, they spot what happens to be an old watchtower on one of the larger landmasses. Naturally, that's where they head first. After reaching the top of the tower, Nathan activates an ancient mechanism. Suddenly, a series of arrows appear throughout the island chain, like breadcrumbs left centuries earlier. Following the trail, the brothers eventually discover a hidden subterranean cave on the largest island. Inside, they find lavish ruins and evidence of a civilization far more advanced than anything they've encountered so far. Unfortunately, portions of the complex have collapsed, forcing them to climb around the destruction in search of another route. As they push deeper into the ruins, they finally uncover one of the biggest revelations in the entire game. This wasn't merely a pirate hideout. This is where the idea of Libertalia was born. The legendary pirate utopia. The mythical civilization that had existed only as a rumor until now. Continuing onward, Nathan and Sam find another chamber filled with puzzles and mechanisms. After solving the challenge, they reveal a room containing statues of the 11 pirate captains who founded Libertalia. All of them are present, except one, Henry Avery. The most important pirate of them is missing. Realizing that this has to mean something, the brothers leave the chamber and search the surrounding area. And that's when they see it. Across the water, on a neighboring island, stands a colossal statue. A statue of Henry Avery himself. Massive, towering, impossible to miss. Returning to their boat, Nate and Sam sail towards the island. As they approach, dark clouds begin gathering overhead. Another storm is coming. Once they reach the shore, they discover something unusual about the statue. Avery is holding a spyglass, but he isn't actually looking through it. Nathan immediately realizes it's another clue. Climbing the enormous statue, he reaches the top and peers through the spyglass. What he sees changes everything. Far off in the distance rests a much larger island, an island hidden beyond the horizon, an island that can only be one thing: Libertalia.
There. So, big skull-shaped island, what?
Big island. No skull. It's gotta be it. Libertalia.
That's optimistic, considering everything.
You know, it is just us here. You're allowed to feel just a little bit of excitement over this.
Well, I'll get excited when we get Alcazar's noose off your neck. Come on.
Okay.
What?
I said okay.
No. Your okays are never just okay. It usually means the opposite of okay. Is that our boy Rafe?
Who the hell else?
Shit.
The game then returns to the opening scene from the game, the moment where everything went wrong. After being ambushed by Shoreline's fleet, Nathan awakens alone on the beach. The boat is gone. The storm is raging, and Sam is nowhere to be found. Immediately, Nate begins calling out for his brother, receiving no answer. Concern quickly turns into panic. Battling fierce winds and relentless rain, Nathan pushes deeper into the island while continuing his search. Everywhere he goes, he calls for Sam. Still nothing. Eventually, while climbing across the rocky cliffside, Nathan loses his footing. He crashes down into a small cave below. Exhausted, injured, and soaked from the storm, he has no choice but to wait for the weather to pass. When he awakens, the storm has finally subsided. As he exits the cave, he notices something in the distance, a flashing light. Hope immediately returns. Assuming the signal belongs to Sam, Nathan flashes his own light in response and begins moving towards it. The journey is anything but easy. Nathan climbs cliff faces, traverses dangerous terrain, and at one point discovers a python attached to a long dead corpse. Using it, he gains a new climbing tool that helps him scale the island's deeper sections. Along the way, he also encounters Shoreline forces. After securing weapons and fighting through the mercenaries, Nathan finally reaches the source of the signal. At long last, he finds Sam alive.
I nearly shot your head off. Sam, you're okay. Yeah, nothing I can't walk away from. It's good to see you're alive, little brother. Come on, we got a treasure to find.
Hold on, man. I mean, what are we doing?
What do you mean?
I mean, our supplies are at the bottom of the Indian Ocean.
Okay, so we go steal some from Nadine's army.
Yeah, and there's that. We're going up against an army.
We've been holding our own so far.
While being marooned in the middle of nowhere.
We were trying to get here, remember?
When we had an escape plan. Just hear me out. Crazy suggestion. Let's go down there and at least secure one of Rafe's boats.
The boats can wait. You want to know what we're doing here? We are buying my life back. Okay, and we're going to do that by stepping into that jungle and finding Libertalia.
Have you even seen any signs of a massive pirate colony? Because I sure the hell haven't.
It's a little late to start developing doubts, don't you think?
But can we at least acknowledge the chance that maybe Avery's idea for a secret pirate utopia didn't pan out? And maybe we're just swept up in this fantasy, when instead we should be looking for a real way to save you.
I'm gonna scour this island inch by inch if I have to until I find that treasure. Now, if you're confused about what you're doing here, then you can go home, Nathan.
Wait. I can go home? Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea what I put on the line to get you here?
About what I put on the line, okay? The last 15 years of my life.
This has nothing to do with that.
It has everything to do with that. What?
Holy crap.
You still want to go home?
Let's just see what else we can find.
After reuniting, Nathan and Sam continue deeper into the island. The clues have led them this far. The pirate captains, the trails, the towers, the hidden maps, everything has been pointing towards a single destination. And eventually, they find it. Libertalia.
What do you see?
No houses, wide street. Clearly a commercial district of some kind.
Yes, thank you for that, Nathan. Come on. What do you see?
You just want to hear me say it, don't you?
Really want to hear you say it.
All right. Libertalia.
Libertalia! The long-lost legendary pirate utopia discovered after 300 years by one Samuel Drake. And his younger, slightly less charming brother who happened to be tagging along for the ride. You know, I always knew you'd make something of yourself one day.
Yeah, just so you know, it's not my first lost city.
You should just enjoy the moment. So where you want to start?
How about that building right over there?
Oh, you mean the one with the massive guard tower?
Yeah, I say we go see what it was guarding.
Works for me.
For years, Libertalia existed as little more than a legend, a myth whispered about by treasure hunters and historians, a utopia supposedly founded by pirates seeking freedom from kings, governments, and the corruption of the old world. But now Nathan is standing inside it, and it's breathtaking. The city stretches across the landscape with towering structures, elegant architecture, and evidence of immense wealth. Yet despite its beauty, something feels wrong. The streets are empty, silent, dead. As the brothers explore the ruins, they begin piecing together how the colony once functioned. They discover what appears to have been a jail, residential districts, commercial centers, and eventually clues pointing towards what they believe is the treasury. If Avery and the pirate captains stored their fortune anywhere, this has to be it. Unfortunately, Shoreline is still hunting them. Throughout their journey across Libertalia, Nathan and Sam repeatedly encounter mercenaries, leading to several large firefights. The brothers fight their way through the city using stealth, sniper positions, and plenty of cover-based gunplay. Despite the constant danger, they eventually reach the building they believe contains a treasure. The treasury? Only something immediately feels off. Signs of a massive battle are everywhere. Destroyed barricades, damaged fortifications, cannon encampments. The entire area looks like it was the site of a war. And the deeper they investigate, the stranger things become. When Nate and Sam finally enter the treasury, they discover it's completely empty. No treasure, no gold, nothing. At first, it seems impossible. How could the treasure simply be gone? Searching for answer, they discover portraits of the pirate captains. Each one has been marked with a single word: thief. Suddenly, the pieces begin to fall into place. The founders of Libertalia didn't lose their treasure to outsiders. They stole it from each other. The pirate captains robbed the very people who followed them and then disappeared with the fortune. The dream of Libertalia wasn't destroyed by foreign invaders. It collapsed because of greed, because men who built paradise couldn't resist stealing from one another. Further investigation reveals a map hidden on the ceiling. The map points towards another settlement, a second colony, a place called New Devon. More importantly, it marks the lavish mansions belonging to the pirate captains. Convinced the treasure was moved there, Nate and Sam climb a nearby watchtower to get a better view. From the top, they see it, New Devon, the final destination, the end of the trail. But before they can celebrate, disaster strikes. An RPG slams into the tower. The entire structure collapses. Nathan and Sam barely manage to save themselves by dividing into nearby buildings as the tower crashes to the ground. From there, chaos erupts. Shoreline mercenaries flood the area. Gunfire rains down from every direction. As the brothers attempt to escape, Nathan suddenly comes face to face with Nadine Ross. And unlike their first encounter, this time, Nate's not alone. Nadine quickly gains the upper hand and knocks Nate to the ground. Thankfully, with Sam there, things won't get worse. Together, the brothers battle Nadine, and during the struggle, all three crash through the rotting floors of the building. The fight spills onto the cliffside overlooking the ocean, and waiting there are Rafe and the rest of Shoreline. For the first time since this adventure began, all the major players are finally in the same place, and that's when Nathan learns the truth about Sam, the truth about Alcazar, and the lie that started this entire adventure.
Hey, forget about her. Come on, we gotta get out of here before they... Shit. Whoa. Everybody just calm down, okay?
Well, this is interesting. Nate? Samuel?
Put your guns down! All of you!
No.
Rafe, this guy's on edge.
Oh, don't worry about him, Nadine. These guys don't kill anyone in cold blood. It's just not their style.
You wanted to bet her life on that?
Go ahead, then. Shoot her.
Sam.
I die, you both die.
So be it. Not another step!
You mean... like this?
Sam, put the gun down.
I warned you.
Do it!
It's done!
Hold your fire! Don't shoot! Put it down.
It's done. Okay? It's done.
Don't worry, Nadine. It's not their style.
I say, I didn't think he had it in him. Samuel, you okay? I guess you knew this moment was coming, huh?
Hey! Come on, man. You already got us. Take it easy. Come on now, you're a businessman. Let's just work out a deal.
Oh, a deal? Oh, yeah. Love to hear what you have in mind. Oh, you can go ahead. I'm listening.
You want to find Avery's treasure? We'll help you find it.
And in exchange, I let you live?
Yeah. That and a small cut.
The gauchos on this guy.
Just enough to get him his freedom, okay?
His freedom?
Nathan. Yeah. He did hard time. Our time. And the guy who broke him out, Hector Alcazar, he owes him a lot of money.
Whoa. What the hell are you talking about, Nate? Hector Alcazar died in a shootout in Argentina like 6 months ago. I'm the one that got Samuel out. Oh. Wow. What did he tell you? Sam, what kind of story did you cook up? Alcazar? Really? You lied? You lie to your baby brother.
We're wasting time.
Just a second. Thing is, Nate, I never stopped looking for Avery's treasure. I just kept running into these dead ends. And then I hear that our dear old Samuel Drake, an authority on Avery, is alive and somewhat well. There was no breakout. I bribed the prison warden, and your brother, he just waltzed right out the front gate. He spent the last 2 years tracking down a second St. Dismas cross. You know what? He did it all with me.
Oh.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, that's bullshit.
Oh. Sam, care to refute?
Nate.
Oh, Sam. Jesus, no.
Listen, Avery's treasure was ours. It was always ours.
I left my light for you.
Hey, look, Nate, if it's any consolation, he duped me too. He pulled a Houdini on me, he brought you and that old man back into the mix, and I cannot lie, Sam, that really pissed me off. But, all behind us now.
You don't deserve it.
You do? Last I checked, we're all a bunch of thieves digging around where we shouldn't.
Rafe,
What?
one way or another, end it, or I will.
Well, you heard the lady.
Hey, you missed one clue. You didn't kiss that treasure goodbye. You said it yourself. Keep running into dead ends. Why don't you face it, Rafe? You need us.
No, you're right. You're half right. I just need Sam.
Wait, now you're making a mistake.
Don't listen!
The story then flashes back once more. Years before treasure hunts, pirate legends, and lost colonies, back when Nathan and Sam were simply two brothers searching for answers, we see the young Morgan brothers arriving outside a mansion believed to contain their mother Cassandra's belongings. The house appears abandoned. No lights, no signs of life, no indication that anyone is home. Naturally, that means they're going inside. The brothers climb across rooftops and enter through a window in the attic. Inside, they discover a room filled with historical artifacts, books, journals, and priceless relics. For two kids obsessed with adventure, it's paradise. At one point, they even find a Polaroid camera and take a picture of themselves wearing antique helmets. It's one of the rare moments in the game where we simply get to see them acting like brothers, having fun, being kids. Eventually, they discover what they came for, their mother Cassandra's journals. As they begin reading through them, they uncover clues about her research and the obsession that consumed much of her life. But before they can learn too much, the room suddenly lightens up. The brothers freeze. Standing before them is an elderly woman, and she's pointing a pistol directly at them. At first, they believe they're caught trespassing, but what follows is far more important, because this woman learns who they are, and through her, Nathan and Sam finally learn the truth about their mother.
Riches of paradise? Whoa. Henry Avery. Gunsway heist.
Oh, what do you got there?
I've never seen this one.
Yeah, me either. But that's definitely Mom's handwriting.
Put up your hands. Slowly.
Hey. There's no need for that.
What is he holding?
Hey, you keep your gun on me.
Give me my journal.
All right. I'm sorry, Nathan. So what now?
Now, we wait for the police.
Yeah, you don't want to have to deal with that headache.
Stop.
I mean, the hassle of ruining two kids' lives, that's...
I really don't want to shoot you.
Come on, lady. It was no harm, no foul, all right?
We all must face the consequences for our actions.
And at least let him go. I brought him down here so he could see our mom's stuff. That's it. He had nothing to do with this.
What?
I'm telling you that this is all on me.
No. Your mother's stuff.
Yeah, that journal. It was our mom's.
You're Cassandra Morgan's voice.
Hi?
My God. I could have shot you.
Yeah, you still might, so, do you mind?
You knew our mom?
She worked for me. As I'm sure you've noticed, I'm a collector of sorts.
That's sort of an understatement.
So, Mom was like your translator?
Your mother was the most brilliant historian I have ever met. We could have accomplished so much together. But then her illness... I'm sorry.
It's all right. Happened a long time ago.
Of all her discoveries, this would have been her crowning achievement. Sic parvis magna.
Greatness from small beginnings.
Sir Francis Drake's motto. Yeah, Latin and historical figures. Those were our dinner conversations. We were a weird family.
Did she ever tell you her theories regarding Sir Francis Drake and his heirs?
Sir Francis Drake didn't have any heirs.
Yeah.
That's what history tells us. But your mother and I believed otherwise. Learning that old pirate's secrets is just one more adventure I have to let go. I guess there's a lot I have to let go. Forgive me. Ramblings of an old woman. Here. It is as much yours as it is mine. Who knows? Perhaps one day you'll be able to finish what she started.
Yeah, so, we're off the hook, right?
I'll handle the police. You found your way in. I trust you can see yourself out. Hmm?
Yeah.
Here.
Thank you.
Sorry about the mess.
Come on, Nathan. Let's go.
Are you okay?
Holy shit. Hey. Hey! Hey!
Sam?
Ma'am? The police. You all right?
Wait, we have to do something.
Yeah, we need to get the hell out of here.
Can't just leave her here.
There's nothing we can do for her. All right, we have to run. If the cops find us here, then this...
Ma'am?
Nathan! We gotta go. Right now.
Fleeing from the police, the two brothers eventually make it back to Sam's motorcycle and escape into the night. After putting some distance between themselves and the authorities, they stop to think about what comes next. The truth is simple. There is no going back. Their old lives are over. Inspired by their mother's research and determined to continue her work, the brothers decide to dedicate themselves to solving the mystery she never had the chance to finish. And in honor of her belief of the explorer Sir Francis Drake had descendants, they adopt new identities. From that moment forward, they become Sam Drake and Nathan Drake, the names they would carry for the rest of their lives. The flashback ends, returning to the present. We find Nathan sitting with Elena after finally telling her everything. The lies, the treasure hunt, Sam, all of it. For the first time in the entire game, Nathan is completely honest with his wife. After finishing the story, Nate tells Elena that now she knows everything. Elena responds with a smile and a bit of skepticism. She doubts that's truly everything, but it's enough. More importantly, it's the truth. And after everything they've been through together, that's what matters. With their relationship beginning to heal, Nate and Elena set out together in search of Sam. What follows is one of my favorite stretches of the game because it reminds us why Nathan and Elena work so well as a team. There's no drama, no secrets, no lies, just two people working together once again. As they traverse the island, they discover a massive elevator system built by Henry Avery's engineers centuries earlier. Remarkably, parts of it still function. Using the ancient machinery, the pair slowly climb higher into the mountains while continuing their search. Of course, this wouldn't be Uncharted without some shooting at them. Throughout the journey, they repeatedly encounter shoreline mercenaries who are searching for the same prize. Multiple firefights break out as Nate and Elena fight through enemy patrols using the environment, elevated positions, and their trusty Jeep to survive. During the quieter moments between battles, the two continue discussing their marriage. Nathan admits why he hid the truth. Elena explains why the lies hurt, and together they begin rebuilding the trust that had been broken. The journey also includes several environmental puzzles requiring them to manipulate the terrain using the Jeep's winch, pulling debris, opening pathways, and clearing obstacles blocking their route. Eventually, disaster strikes again. While crossing an aging bridge, the structure collapses beneath them. Forced to abandon the vehicle, Nate and Elena continue on foot through the wilderness. As they get closer to New Devon, the tone of the adventure begins to shift. The mystery becomes darker, the answers become more disturbing, and then they make a horrifying discovery. A mass grave, hundreds of skeletal remains, the former citizens of Libertalia. Whatever happened here wasn't simply a disagreement among pirates, it was a catastrophe. Evidence that the dream of Libertalia ended in unimaginable bloodshed. Pushing forward, Nate and Elena finally arrive at the gates of New Devon. After climbing over the walls and navigating a series of hanging gibbets, Elena surveys the ruined settlement using a pair of binoculars. Almost immediately, she noticed something significant. Someone intentionally destroyed a dam, flooding large sections of the city. This wasn't an accident, it was deliberate. Looking over at the ruins, the couple concludes that only one residence appears mostly intact: Avery's mansion. If there are answers left to uncover, they are likely waiting there. But they aren't the only ones headed that direction. Outside Avery's home stands Sam. Alongside him are Rafe, Nadine, and an army of shoreline mercenaries. The race for the treasure is entering its final stages. As Nate and Elena move through the decaying streets of New Devon, they uncover even more evidence of what destroyed Libertalia. The founders turned on one another. Greed consumed them, and the city descended into civil war. Edward England's home was burned and looted under the orders from Christopher Condent. In retaliation, England murdered Condent's brother. Elsewhere, a member of Richard Want's family was hanged by Adam Baldridge after Want allegedly murdered one of Baldridge's own relatives. The cycle of revenge only escalated from there. Every clue paints the same picture. The founders of Libertalia didn't lose everything because of an outside force. They destroyed themselves. One murder led to another, one betrayal sparked another, and eventually the entire colony collapsed into violence. Among the documents, they discover a letter from Christopher Condent to Adam Baldridge. Officially, it's a proposal for peace. Unofficially, it's a threat. A final warning before even more bloodshed. But by this point, it's clear the pirate utopia had become a power keg waiting to explode. Then, Nate and Elena enter Thomas II's mansion, and what they find inside is one of the most disturbing sights in the entire series. Seated around a dining table are human skeletons, arranged as almost they were guests attending a final dinner. The scene is eerie, silent, and deeply unsettling.
Good lord.
Looks like we found the party.
Looks like we're a little late. Hey, Nate. Check it out.
It's another sigil. Oh my God.
What?
It's them. Elena, these other pirate captains have founded Libertalia. What the hell happened here?
Well, I'm no forensics expert, but I would say bad drinks?
Apparently.
So what was this? Some kind of wealthy pirate suicide cult?
Yeah, not likely. Not these guys.
On behalf of Lord Avery, I invite you to my manor at sundown tomorrow. The time has come to abandon our animosities and reunite under the banner of God and liberty. Signed, Thomas, too.
What do you bet? Thomas 2, Henry Avery. Looks like our hosts didn't stick around to clean up their mess.
Well, that wasn't very gracious of them.
Okay, so these guys sparked a full-scale revolt when they claimed the treasure for themselves. Now, they took care of the colonists, but then they had to deal with each other. And I'm guessing things got pretty messy. So, Avery and 2 invite them up here to,
abandon our animosities.
Abandon the animosities. Avery makes a grand toast. For God and liberty! Arg, ahoy, mateys, all that. And they all take a swig. Except these two. And just like that, all the treasure of Libertalia becomes the sole possession of 2 men. These are some of history's greatest pirates, and they all perished in an instant at this very table.
It's incredible.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So, since our missing hosts aren't here at Two's Manor,
We should head over to Avery's.
yeah. Let's go.
With the horrifying truth about Libertalia continuing to unfold, Nate and Elena make their way towards the one place that might finally hold the answers: Henry Avery's manor. Upon entering the foyer, they immediately notice signs that Shoreline has already been there. The front door has been barricaded, equipment has been abandoned, and muddy footprints stretch deeper into the mansion. Following the trail, the pair eventually reach a door that has been barred from the other side. Before they can force their way through, Shoreline mercenaries arrive and attack. After dealing with the ambush, Nate and Elena finally break through the door and continue the search. Inside, Elena discovers a letter written by Henry Avery himself, and the contents reveal just how far things have fallen. In the letter, Avery brands Thomas II a traitor. He orders the destruction of the dam and declares that New Devon must be cleansed. Most importantly, he confirms that the treasure was secretly moved to a ship through a hidden passage beneath the mansion. At last, a clear lead. The pair continue forward until they reach a large study. Oddly, there's no visible exits. Even stranger, the muddy footprints left by Shoreline suddenly stop, as if the mercenaries simply vanished. While searching the room, Nathan notices on the floor Sam's lighter. Knowing his brother, Nate immediately realizes this wasn't dropped by accident. Sam left it there as a clue, a sign, a message telling him he's on the right path. If Sam passed through this room, then the entrance to Avery's hidden passage must be nearby. Nathan begins searching desperately for a hidden switch, but comes up completely empty. That's when Elena notices something overlooked, a globe. More specifically, a bloody fingerprint sitting where Libertalia should be. Pressing the spot triggers a hidden mechanism. A section of the floor lowers, revealing a spiral staircase descending into darkness. At long last, they found Avery's secret route. The two descend underground and pass through a metal gate that slams shut behind them. There will be no turning back. Below the manor lies an elaborate tunnel network used by Avery to secretly transport his stolen treasure to his flagship. And it's immediately clear that Avery had no intention of sharing his fortune. The tunnels are filled with evidence of betrayal, body parts, skeletons, the remains of pirates who clearly didn't survive the journey. The deeper Nate and Elena travel, the more disturbing the passage becomes. They encounter something even worse, mummified corpses ready to explode. The moment someone gets too close, the preserved bodies ignite, turning tunnels into a deadly maze of traps. What follows is a gauntlet of death traps, collapsing pathways, and explosive hazards. At one point, Nathan discovers a key clutched to the hand of a skeleton. Eventually, the pair arrive at a locked door, and honestly, after everything they've seen so far, neither of them wants to use the key. It's almost as if it's certainly another trap. And they're right. The moment the door opens, a hidden mechanism activates, and the two are snared in a giant net. Fortunately, Nate manages to recover a sword from a nearby skeleton and cut them free before anything gets worse. The pair then makes a desperate sprint through the remaining tunnels while dodging even more exploding mummies and collapsing passageways. Finally, they emerge from the catacombs alive, though only barely. Outside, they find themselves standing in a massive ship graveyard, the final resting place of countless vessels, and perhaps the strongest sign yet that they are getting close to Avery's ultimate hiding place. As they continue searching, they spot Sam. Unfortunately, he's not alone. Shoreline mercenaries are pursuing him and opening fire. Nathan and Elena immediately jump into the fight, battling their way through wave after wave of soldiers in an attempt to reach him. For a brief moment, it looks like they're going to reunite. Then, as usual, everything goes sideways. Nathan becomes separated from Elena, and Sam finds himself trapped behind enemy lines. What follows is one final large-scale battle. Mercenaries attack from every direction. Armored vehicles roll into the area, and Nate is forced to fight his way forward, completely on his own. Eventually, help arrives. It's Sully, appearing exactly when he's needed most. Sully hands Nathan an RPG and points him towards the remaining armored vehicle. The vehicle is reduced to scrap metal. Sully then pulls Nate to safety. Moments later, Elena and Sam arrive as well. For the first time since the truth came out, the brothers finally have a chance to talk. Really talk. No lies, no excuses, no treasure maps. Just two brothers confronting everything that happened between them.
Are you okay? Yeah. We heard those explosions, we thought.
Yeah, that's all this guy.
You saved his ass again?
Naturally. How you doing?
Good. Good. There was some close calls, but, he covered me.
Hey. Hey. How's that? Oh.
Bullet grazed my shoulder.
Yeah.
You?
Cliffside. Grazed my face. So how'd you lose Rafe?
He led his crew right into one of Avery's traps.
Smart.
Hey, look. About the whole Alcazar thing.
Hey, we gotta save that for later, okay? Which way?
On the beach, other side of this town.
Okay.
Good. I hope all that ruckus didn't attract any attention.
Whoa. Sorry. What are we doing?
What do you think we're doing? We're getting the hell off of this rock.
Right, we could do that. Or we could head in that direction, which is a shortcut.
Shortcut to what?
To Avery's treasure.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Rafe's got to go all the way around, but we can
Hey,
just...
screw Rafe.
Hey, Victor, with all due respect, maybe just
You
leave
just
this...
don't know when to quit.
Look, we're all here for the same reason, right?
We didn't come after the treasure. We came after you.
And I appreciate that. I do. But we're good. And we've got the lead for now. We can do this. Nathan, come on. Huh? Look around. Okay? Avery scuttled every last ship on this island. You know why?
Because he was hell-bent on keeping his treasure.
Exactly.
No matter the cost to the others around him.
Because he didn't want anyone to follow him. Because he was leaving. Look at this. Okay, I found his map of the island. Okay? That's his ship right under that mountain. That's where our treasure is. And it is exactly where Rafe is headed right now while we stand around here and argue like idiots.
What if he's already left the island and his ship sunk somewhere out there in the middle of the ocean?
Then we find out where it got sunk.
Oh, boy.
How long we been chasing this thing, huh? You and me. No offense to these guys. But they don't get it.
Actually, Sam, they do. They really do.
Okay.
Trust me, they've seen this kind of obsession before. Sam, we're not those kids anymore. We're not. And we got nothing to prove.
Victor, where's that plane?
Right this way.
After a long moment of reflection, it finally looks like Sam understands. He sees the damage his treasure hunt has caused. The lies, betrayals, the strain on his brother's marriage, the danger they've all endured. Without saying much, Sam appears to concede, accepting that it's just time to walk away. Together, Nate, Elena, Sam, and Sully begin making their way towards Sully's seaplane, crossing an abandoned settlement along the way. For a brief moment, it feels like the adventure is finally over. The treasure doesn't matter anymore. Family does. Unfortunately, this is Sam Drake we're talking about. As the group navigates the ruins, a malfunctioning mechanism separates Sam from the others, and the moment he gets the opportunity, he takes it. Instead of returning home, he continues towards Avery's treasure. Nathan immediately realizes what has happened, and he is furious. The brothers have come too far for this. Everything they learned about Libertalia should have been enough, but Sam can't let it go. Without hesitation, Nate gives chase. The pursuit quickly separates him from Elena and Sully. Sully protests. Elena hates the idea of Nathan going alone. After everything that's happened, neither of them wants to watch him disappear into another dangerous situation. But Nate knows this is something he has to do himself. Sam isn't just another treasure hunter. He is his brother. Nathan tells them to get the seaplane ready near the mountain and prepare for a fast escape. Then after a brief farewell and a promise that he'll bring Sam back no matter what, Nathan heads off alone. With Elena and Sully behind him, Nathan begins the final climb. The journey takes him across cliffs, through caves, and deeper into the mountain than anyone has ventured before. Eventually, he reaches an underground lake, and there, resting in the darkness, is the object that started all of this, Henry Avery's flagship, the final resting place of Libertalia's treasure. While staying hidden, Nathan overhears an argument unfolding nearby.
You almost done here?
This is the last of them, ma'am.
Good. If we are, we can catch up with the others.
Sam just stole our goddamn boat. He's headed for Avery's ship. Come on.
Let him. We're done.
We're done.
Most of my men are dead, Rafe. And those who aren't have already left.
Can you see that? The end is literally in sight.
That maniac pirate of yours has rigged this entire cave. I'm not setting foot on his ship.
Nadine, if you cut and run right now, the loss of all your men, everything that we've done, is for nothing.
We have millions in gold right here. I'd say that plus our lives is something.
No wonder so many of your men abandoned you.
Excuse me?
We're on the verge of making history here, and you're willing to just walk off with a pittance, a fraction of what Sam's gonna get from that boat.
If he can walk away from that ship alive, he can have it. Hell, I'd say he's earned it. God knows you didn't.
Now look, we can stand here and insult each other all day, or we can finish what it is that we've done.
Oh, we're finishing it all right.
Sorry, man.
Thing about mercenaries, Nadine, their loyalty, it's bought. It's not earned. Now, come on. Either we can finish this thing together, or we can just end it right here.
Let's go make history.
Atta girl. By all means.
As Nate swims towards the vessel, a massive explosion tears through the ship. The bow erupts. Wood splinters. Sections of the hull collapse into the water. Clearly someone has already triggered Avery's traps. Nathan enters through the newly created opening and begins searching the wreck. Inside, he discovers the bodies of the remaining shoreline mercenaries. The ship is becoming a tomb, and every explosion deeper within suggests things are only getting worse. Following the sound of the blast, Nathan eventually reaches the treasure itself. Mountains of gold, coins, jewels, artifacts, the wealth of Libertalia. Everything he has spent years searching for, everything countless people have died trying to obtain. And standing there, staring at it all, Nathan has a realization. The treasure doesn't matter, not anymore. The gold isn't worth the lives that he has lost. It's not worth Elena, it's not worth Sully, and it's definitely not worth Sam. Without taking a single coin, Nathan pushes forward. His goal is no longer the treasure, his goal is saving his brother. Following the trail of destruction, Nathan eventually enters the ship's massive cargo hold. Smoke fills the air, fire spreads to the vessel, and stacked all around him is the greatest pirate treasure ever assembled. Waiting there along the golden chaos is the man responsible for nearly all of this, Rafe. At long last, the hunt is over. The treasure has been found. The truth has been uncovered, and all that's left is the final confrontation.
Sam? Relax, he's alive. Well, this idiot nearly got us all killed.
I'm getting him out of here.
No, you're not.
Rafe, you can have the treasure, all right? Just let me save my brother.
After everything he's done? How noble of you. But no.
We stay here any longer and we're all dead. Is that what you want?
It's not what I said. What do you think, Nadine? Good to see you up and about. Be a dear and relieve Nate there of his gun.
Hand it over.
You really think you can trust him?
Huh? Not your concern.
Now, why are you trying to instigate? Nate? Nadine and I are partners. I don't screw over my partners. Get over there. You and your brother, though. Right from the start, you took advantage of my generosity. You tried to cut me out, and it's high time you learn. What are you doing?
Now you give me your gun.
Nadine?
I won't ask you again.
You are being profoundly stupid right now.
Look over there.
Nadine, stop screwing around. Jesus!
I said look!
Okay, it's a couple of skeletons. So what?
I don't know as much about history as you boys, but I've got a pretty good idea who those two are.
Well, enlighten us.
It's Avery and two. They killed each other.
Good for them. What's the point?
Everyone obsessed with his treasure gets what they deserve.
So what, you're just leaving us here to die?
Oh, I'm just leaving. Whether you die or not, I don't really care.
Nadine, wait.
So long, Rafe.
Nadine! Nadine! You open this goddamn door right now!
Rafe, she's gone! Come on, give me a hand, we'll all get out of here.
Oh, that won't work.
Come on, help me with Sam and I'll help you open the door.
No, I'm not going to be able to enjoy one of these coins, knowing that you and your worthless brother are still sucking air.
Hey, just calm down. You can practice your fencing when we get outside.
Nate, just shut up.
What follows is one of the most personal confrontations in the entire series. Not because of the treasure, not because of Libertalia, because we finally learn what's been driving Rafe Adler this entire time. As the burning ship collapses around them, Rafe begins ranting about Nathan Drake, his adventures, his reputation, his accomplishments, the legendary stories people tell about him. And for the first time, it becomes clear that Rafe's obsession was never really about Henry Avery's treasure. It was about Nathan. Rafe has spent his entire life surrounded by wealth. He could buy expeditions, he could buy mercenaries, he could buy maps, he could buy information. But there was one thing he could never buy: a legacy. No matter how much money he spent, people always remembered Drake, not Rafe Adler. The treasure wasn't simply a fortune. To Rafe, it was a validation, proof that he can accomplish something greater than Nathan ever had. And so, with the ship burning around them, he attacks. Nathan manages to avoid the first few strikes and grabs Henry Avery's sword from the skeletal remains of Thomas II. What follows is something straight out of an old pirate movie. The two men duel atop a mountain of treasure. Steel clashes against steel. Gold spills across the floor. The legendary treasure of Libertalia literally surrounds them. Despite being exhausted, Nathan manages to hold his own. Eventually, he forces Ray backwards and pins him against the wall. At that moment, Nate gives him one final chance. He tells Rafe that he's taking Sam and leaving. If Rafe wants to stay behind and burn with the ship, that's his choice, but the treasure is not worth dying for. Unfortunately, Rafe has come too far to listen. He knocks Nathan to the ground and disarms him. Now holding Avery's sword, Rafe believes victory is finally within reach. He taunts Nathan, mocks him, and prepares to finish the fight. Then Sam intervenes. Having regained consciousness, he throws Avery's sword back to his brother. Nathan catches it, and the duel resumes. The fight rages on until Avery's sword finally breaks. Rafe laughs, convinced he's won, but Nathan notices something Rafe doesn't. Suspended above him is a massive net filled with treasure. Using the broken blade, Nate slashes through the supporting rope. The net collapses. Rafe looks up just in time to realize what's happening. And then, thousands of pounds of treasure come crashing down. The gold buries him beneath the very thing he spent his entire life chasing. The sword, the treasure, the obsession, everything. And with that, Rafe Adler dies, consumed by greed. A fitting end for a man who could never stop wanting more. What remains of Avery's ship continues to collapse around them, forcing Nathan and Sam to escape. The brothers barely make it out alive before the vessel was destroyed. And just like that, the hunt for Henry Avery's treasure is finally over.
We did it. We did it, brother, okay? It's all right. There's gotta be another way.
Nathan, you gotta go.
There's gotta be some.
You gotta go!
This is Thompson. There is no other way. Come on, Nathan. I gotta know you made it out all right. No. Nathan, the whole place is about to blow up. That's it. That's it. What the hell are you doing? You stress me. God damn it. I just want to know it. Come on. That's our way out, Nathan! Come on! Keep going! I'm with you. Sam, don't stop! Don't stop, come on!
Holy shit. Oh, Nate. Nate! Hey! Come on, I got you. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh, hey. Hey, Sully, I got him.
Where are you?
We're right here.
So, you got everything?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, feel free to sell anything I left behind.
Sure I can't give you a lift home.
After the last few days, I think I'd like a plane with drink service and reclining seats. Plus, she and I have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, you do. And no more late-night phone calls about one last time.
Promise. Thanks, Sully.
Take care, kid. Don't be a stranger.
Next time you're in town, beers are on me.
I'll hold you to that.
And then the bunny escapes anyway, and it leaves little bunny surprises all over the headmaster's bed.
Hey, what are you telling her?
Just about your little magic phase.
Oh, I hate you.
What was your stage name?
Go on, tell her.
Nate the Great. It's not funny. It makes sense.
In his defense, you were pretty good.
Uh-huh.
Hey, look, Sam, it has been an experience getting to meet you.
But the handshake?
Well,
Bring it in for the real thing, sister. You take care of this numbskull, all right?
yeah, I will.
I'll join you in a sec.
Yeah.
I like her. God help her, she sure seems to love you.
I know, right? Listen, the offer still stands.
I appreciate it, but I'm good.
I know, but if you feel like you're imposing, you're not. We talked about it.
It's not about that. It's a little bit of that, okay?
Yeah.
But I just kind of thought that after we found Avery's treasure, I'd be satisfied. Instead, I've kind of left with this strange feeling of
emptiness.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, as thrilling as the next adventure might be, in the end, I always left with that same feeling. And sometimes you just gotta choose what you're gonna keep and what you're gonna let go.
Well, I guess I'm just not there yet. And besides, you know, you got a few ancient cities on me. I can't let that slide. So.
Yeah, I left a couple out there.
Well, thank you.
Oh, that's our ride.
Yeah.
Sam, you've come far.
We sure have, little brother. Come here.
Listen, you don't do anything I wouldn't do, all right?
Get out of here, vamos.
Good light?
So, Victor, what's next for you?
Well, before I got dragged into this, I was working on a business deal of sorts.
Of sorts? Dangerous?
With these people, yeah. It's up there.
Well, I just so happen to know a certain someone recently out of prison who might be perfect for this kind of work.
Ooh, I don't know. Is he trustworthy?
More or less.
How's his Portuguese?
Quando seu marido volta para casa?
What's that mean?
How long before your husband gets home?
That'll do. Come on.
You got any more of those cigars?
Don't push your luck.
Hey, good morning.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
Ah. All right, I'll bite. What's going on? Land a big contract or something?
Oh, even better. I'm on the verge of selling Jameson Marine.
No kidding?
Yeah.
Wow, well, hey, I guess congratulations are in order, huh?
Well, not yet, but I'm confident it'll go through. They drove a hard bargain, but in the end, I think we came to a mutually beneficial agreement.
That's great. Are you gonna stay on?
No. I think I'd like to just relax, hang with the family, go fishing every chance I get.
Good for you. So who's the sap who's gonna buy this place?
Oh, you are.
What? No, come on, seriously.
Oh, yeah, seriously.
Wait, Jameson. Hey, wait up, man.
Hey. Morning, guys.
What are you doing here?
Just thought I'd take, one final look.
Already gave your husband the keys.
Okay.
Perfect.
Is this for real?
Nate, all you need to know is that you'd be making a very wise investment. Do the right thing here. Call me when you're through.
You got it. Hi.
Hi. You're buying Jameson Marine?
We are buying Jameson Marine.
Oh. Okay. How? Why?
Well, heard this rumor about a salvage job off the coast of Malaysia, and I thought it'd be right up our alley.
No. Honey, look. We barely got out of Libertalia alive.
Yeah.
Hey, taking an illegal job? You know what that leads to.
Who said it was illegal? Look. This came in this morning.
Is this legit?
Yeah. Some of my old contacts out there, they work their magic with the Malaysian permit office. It was great. I didn't even have to bribe anyone.
Well, that's good because I don't know how we could possibly even afford to do this.
Here. Hold out your hand.
What?
Hold out your hand. Come on.
Holy crap. Where did you get this?
It was in my jacket pocket. Along with a bunch more.
A bunch? Sam.
He's a sneaky one.
Yeah.
Of course, most of them are gonna have to go into our venture here, along with all the new camera gear.
Camera gear?
Yeah. I figured as we're pulling all the cargo up from the dive, we could hire, a small crew. We could film the whole thing and resurrect my old show.
What happened to just living a normal life?
I think in our attempt to lead a normal life, we may have oversteered. Look, when I was on that island, I missed the adventure. I missed us. And so now we have a chance to do what we love. But from here on out, we are going to operate on a strictly legal basis, all right? And I will be doing all of the shooting with my really expensive camera.
Wow. You've really thought all this through, haven't you?
More or less. But listen, just say the word and I will call the whole thing off.
What? Oh, no. I don't want to be that guy who ruins Jameson's early retirement like that. That'd be cruel.
Right.
It's not gonna be easy, you know.
Nothing worthwhile is. So, what do you say, Nathan Drake?
Sure, why not? Yeah, as long as I don't have to do any paperwork.
Well, I can't do it. I'm gonna have my hands full with the camera.
Well, I'm gonna have my hands full with all the diving.
Okay, fine. We'll take turns.
Yeah. Or I could play for it.
Seriously?
No, listen, I have been practicing. I'm getting good.
No.
My hand-eye is way better than it used to be. Really?
I cannot do that to you again.
Are you afraid to play me?
I am so not afraid
On a
to
scale
play
of
you.
1 to 10, how scared are you to play me?
Like a 3.
Yeah, well, jack that up to like 11, all right? Because I'm coming for you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my. That's... Okay. Fine.
But Uncharted 4 isn't quite finished yet, because after all the gunfights, after all the betrayals, after all the treasure hunting, the game gives us one final chapter. And honestly, it's one of my favorite endings in gaming. Years later, we're greeted once again by an old friend. The orange marsupial that started this entire Naughty Dog Takeover series, Crash Bandicoot. Only this time it isn't Nathan or Elena holding the controller. It's their daughter, Cassie Drake, beside her sister family dog, Vicky. Immediately we can tell life has changed dramatically. Nathan and Elena are doing well, really well. The family now lives in a beautiful beachside home overlooking crystal blue water and white sand. It's peaceful, the kind of life Nathan never thought he could have. When Cassie can't find her parents, she begins exploring the property. She checks the dock, the boat, the beach, eventually making her way into a small workshop where Nate and Elena store the remnants of their professional work. Inside are souvenirs, maps, puzzles, artifacts, and framed magazine covers documenting the adventures of D&F Fortunes, a legal treasure recovery business founded by Nathan and Elena. Cassie continues snooping around until she notices something interesting. Nathan accidentally left his keys behind, and nearby sits a locked armory. Curiosity wins. One key after another fails until one finally works. The cabinet opens, and inside is a treasure trove of memories. Every artifact Nathan once kept hidden in his attic, relics from his adventures, keepsakes from his travels, pieces of a life he never fully left behind. As Cassie examines the collection, she eventually discovers something especially important: her grandmother's journal. Inside, she finds references to Henry Avery, the Gunsway heist, old photographs of Nathan and Sam as kids, and the phrase that has followed Nathan throughout the entire series: Sic parvis magna, greatness from small beginnings. She also discovers a photograph showing Nate, Elena, and Sully posing with the treasure recovered from the first game. Before she can investigate further, she overhears voices outside. Her parents are coming. Panicking, Cassie quickly shuts the cabinet. Unfortunately, she forgets to put the journal away. When Nate and Elena enter the room, they immediately know something is wrong. Cassie tries to act innocent. Nobody buys it. Nathan spots the journal, checks the cabinet, and gives his daughter the exact look every parent gives when they already know the truth. After reclaiming his keys and locking the cabinet, Nathan insists that Cassie is still too young to hear those stories. Elena disagrees. After all, Nathan and Sam were younger than Cassie when they started their own adventures. Cassie continues pressing for answers. Eventually, her parents give in. Elena begins by telling her about how she first met Nathan during a treasure hunting expedition. Cassie immediately assumes they're joking. Indonesian pirates, lost treasures, ancient mysteries. Sounds ridiculous, which honestly is exactly how Uncharted should sound to an outsider. Seeing her curiosity, Nathan smiles, and he decides the rest of the story could be told on the boat. As they walk away together, he begins recounting the tale of Sir Francis Drake and El Dorado, the story that started everything. Elena watches them leave before returning the photograph to Cassandra's journal, carefully placing the picture of Nathan and Sam beside the one of her family. A subtle reminder that while the adventures end, family remains. And with that, Nathan Drake's story finally comes to a close.
Hey, there you are.
Hey.
Been looking for you. What are you doing in here?
Looking for you guys.
Come on, we loaded up the boat. It's ready.
Cool. I'll catch up with you guys in a sec.
Why?
I just need to,
What's up, Cassie?
Okay. Don't be mad. Hey, I said don't be mad.
Keys. So, what did you see?
Nothing really. Well, just that photo of you two and Sully. With a bunch of Spanish-looking treasure. And a shotgun.
This was bound to happen sometime. Maybe we should just tell her.
She's not ready for it.
Ready for what? All that crazy shit in there?
Language.
Yeah, language.
Sorry. But you guys are literally keeping skeletons in your closet. Or at least a silver skull of some kind.
You know, I don't think I'm ready for this. Really?
Nate, it's time to have the talk.
Yeah, it's totally time. Wait, which talk are we talking about here?
She's just a kid.
She's older than you and Sam when you started all of that.
That is different, and you know it.
Okay, look, if you guys were into some shady stuff, it's totally cool. But I think I'm old enough to know about it, right?
Old enough. How old are you again?
Haha, funny. Mom?
All right.
Well, let's see. For me, it started when this guy called me up with a scoop on a massive historical find. It sounded like a complete fraud.
Yeah, handsome fraud.
No, I hadn't even met him yet.
She knew. She knew.
So this fraud says, if you fund the trip, then I'll give you the coffin of Sir Francis Drake.
And for the record, I totally delivered.
Yeah, you delivered us into the hands of Indonesian pirates.
Oh, come on. You know I had nothing to do with that.
Okay, guys, time out. You're saying that you were attacked by pirates after you found the coffin of Sir Francis Drake. Is that right?
Yeah,
pretty
that's
much
right.
it. Yeah.
Bullshit.
Language.
Crap.
Better.
All right, so keep going.
You know what? The sun is up, boat's ready, wind is just right. You want to continue the story? I say we do it on the water. Come on.
Well, wait, what'd Francis Drake look like? Was it gross?
Actually, he wasn't in there. Yeah, just his journal with a map to El Dorado.
The City of Gold?
That's the legend. Turns out it was just a statue, a cursed statue.
No way, seriously?
Yeah, seriously. But I'll get back to that later. See, the map led us to
Uncharted 4. What is Uncharted 4 actually about? When you look at it, Uncharted 4 is built as the last hurrah for Nathan Drake. And to be honest, when looking at the original Uncharted trilogy as a whole, Uncharted 3 already had what many people considered a perfect ending. After everything Nathan went through, he finally let go of Sir Francis Drake's ring. He traded it for his wedding ring. It was a symbolic moment that represented him choosing Elena over the obsession that had followed him since Drake's fortune. Because of that, many people question whether Uncharted 4 even needed to exist. But after replaying the game, I don't think A Thief's End is trying to conclude the story we experienced before. I think it's trying to conclude Nathan Drake himself. You see, each Uncharted game has its own core idea. Drake's fortune is about becoming a hero. Among Thieves is about the adventure. Drake's deception is about obsession and the lies we tell ourselves. But A Thief's End tackles something much bigger. Family, growing older, legacy, learning when to let go. And that's where Sam Drake becomes one of the most important characters in the entire franchise. Throughout the game, Naughty Dog creates this fascinating parallel between Nathan and Sam. Both brothers spent years chasing legends of dead explorers and pirates. Both dedicated huge portions of their lives to solving mysteries and uncovering treasure. The difference is that Nathan got the opportunity to move forward, but Sam never did. For 15 years, Sam sat in prison holding on to the exact same dream while Nathan was building a life with Elena, traveling the world, and learning that there are things more important than treasure. Sam remained trapped in the past. The obsession never left him because he never got the chance to grow beyond it. And when the brothers reunite, you immediately see that difference. Nathan sees Avery's treasure as a mystery. Sam sees it as his life's purpose. Nathan has something to lose. Sam does not.
Here we are.
This is bad.
We just pick up the trail where we left off and...
Wait, trail? Sam, there's no trail. After Rafe and I escaped, he took his parents' fortune and bought up all the land around St. Dismas Cathedral. We combed that place for weeks. Avery's treasure isn't there. Not that that stopped Rafe. The moron's been digging for years, still hasn't turned up squat.
Not really surprised.
What does that mean?
I just, happened to do a little digging of my own. And, I bet you Rafe doesn't have this. It's really amazing what you can find on the internet these days.
It's just the St. Dismas cross.
Oh, is it? Because the one we found was broken and hollow, remember?
Holy crap, it's still intact. Avery made more than one cross.
So whatever's missing from the one in Panama
is probably still inside this one. Well, all right. Well, where is this?
Oh, this exquisite piece is going up for auction in 3 days at the Rossi Estate.
The Rossi Estate?
Oh, you know it.
Yeah. And how do you plan on securing an invite to an exclusive, heavily guarded black market auction?
Well, you don't necessarily need an invitation, per se.
Yeah. And where are you going to get the money to outbid all the high rollers? I could take a second mortgage out on my house, and it still wouldn't be enough to... Yeah, you're going to try and steal it, huh?
No. We are.
Oh, no. No, man, listen, I can't. I'm out.
What?
No, I just don't do that kind of thing anymore. Besides, there are plenty of other guys that are much more equipped to handle this kind of thing.
Like who?
I don't know, like, anybody, Charlie Cutter.
No.
No, he's my go-to guy for this sort of thing.
Absolutely not. I don't trust Charlie or anybody else that you've got on that phone with my life, okay? I need you on this one.
Sam, there's got to be another way.
Not with the time I got left. Certainly not with Alcazar.
this leads me to the big question. Why bring Nathan Drake back one final time? Now, there are a lot of ways you can answer this question. The obvious answer is that Naughty Dog wanted to bring back the Uncharted series to the PlayStation 4 and cash in on one of Sony's biggest franchises one last time. And while that's probably a true answer from the business perspective, let's look at it from a story perspective, because I think the answer is much more interesting. You can take Nathan Drake out of the adventure, but you can't take the adventure out of Nathan Drake. One of the very first things we see in this game is Nate exploring his attic study. This room is basically a museum dedicated to his past, relics from previous games, maps, artifacts, memories, and the first thing he does when nobody is looking is grab a toy gun and pretend he's back out there hunting treasure. It's a small moment, but it tells us everything we need to know. Nathan misses this life, not because he doesn't love Elena, not because he hates his job, which he obviously does, but because adventure became part of who he is, and Elena knows it. Throughout the opening chapters, she can see it. The way he zones out at dinner, the way he talks about old adventures, the way he lights up whenever something exciting gets mentioned. She knows that part of Nathan never really went away.
Got none of that.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. How was your day?
Oh, it was fine.
Mm-hmm.
Typical day in paradise.
Mm-hmm.
I got to pull a bunch of garbage out of a river. Yes.
At least you got to go for a swim. Did you find any exciting garbage?
Oh, it was some brilliant stuff. It was a early 21st century truck we got. Apparently the natives called it a semi.
Oh, dear Lord.
So, boring stuff. Tell me about the article.
Well, it started out as this fluff piece about tourism in Bangkok, but I don't think the magazine is going to like the angle that I'm taking because everyone immediately commented about how rude the smog was, that it was like shock to the lungs, like the second that you got off the plane. So kind of took this U-turn and became this
Ah! What?
Where are you?
I'm in here being stabbed with a fork.
Oh, really?
What? Just keep going. It was interesting.
Oh.
Oh.
Interesting. What's my article about?
What? This one?
Mm-hmm.
Flights in Bangkok that are having troubles with them because the smog and they can't land.
Wow.
All right, I'm sorry.
No, it was valiant. It
I was in the
really-
ballpark, right?
In a different state, but yeah, you were in a ballpark. Jameson asked you about that Malaysia job again.
Jameson always asks me about the Malaysia job.
Look, Nate, I really think that you should take it.
You know what? I don't want it. Really. I mean, he doesn't have the permits. And we agreed we're not going to take that kind of work anymore. It's just not worth it.
It doesn't sound that risky. All right? If it's just a permit.
No way.
You could call Sullivan. You haven't seen him in
Elena,
what, 2 years?
Look, could we please drop this?
Okay, I just don't want you to not take it because of me.
I'm not taking it because of me, okay? I appreciate the gesture. It's just...
I'm gonna go ahead and do the dishes.
But missing adventure isn't enough to get Nate back out there. He still needs a reason, a catalyst, and that's where Sam comes in. For years, Nathan believed his brother died in a Panamanian prison. He buried those feelings deep down and moved on with his life. So much so that he never told Elena he had a brother. Think about that. Drake spent years with Elena. They survived cursed statues, lost cities, warlords, pirates, secret societies, and everything else the series could throw at them. And yet he never told her about Sam? That's how painful that memory was. So when Sam suddenly appears at his doorstep, all those emotions come rushing back.
Yeah, can I help you?
Yeah, I'm, looking for my little brother. It's about your height, a little bit leaner. Definitely less gray in the temples.
Sam?
It's good to see you again, Nathan.
God, Sam.
Oh, all right. Take it easy, take it easy.
How? How? I saw you get shot.
Yes, you did. Right there. Huh?
Jesus.
Well, the doctors, they patched me up and they tossed me right back into the cell.
Yeah, but I made calls. I checked everywhere. Everything I heard, everything I found, it all confirmed you were dead.
Nathan, we killed a guard. Okay, so they wanted to see me rot in that cell for the rest of my life, and I nearly did.
Jesus, Sam, man, if I had known, I swear to you, I would have come
You would
out.
have come back. I know, Nathan. I know. What's important now, though, is that I'm out. Hey, you still with me?
Need some air.
And I think what Nate feels in that moment is guilt. Survivor's guilt. Nathan got out. Nathan got to travel the world. Nathan got to build a life. Nathan got Elena. Nathan got a future. While the entire time he believed his brother was left behind. So when Sam tells him about Alcazar and need help, Nate doesn't need much convincing, because Sam isn't just offering another adventure. He's offering Nathan a chance to make things right, or at least that's what Nathan tells himself. And that brings me to what I think is one of the biggest themes in Uncharted 4. Truth versus lies. Because the entire plot is built on two lies. Sam lies to Nathan, so Nathan lies to Elena. Sam's lie is obviously the bigger one. The entire Alcazar story is completely fabricated. The ticking clock that pushes the adventure forward doesn't actually exist. But Nathan's lie hurts more, because we've seen this before. Back in Drake's Fortune, Nathan lies to Elena. And here we are, years later, watching him do it again.
Hey, hon, it's me. Yeah, listen, you're not gonna believe this. Jameson just walked in here with the permits. Yeah. I know, but it's like I'm gonna take that Malaysia job after all.
That's why Elena's reaction hits so hard. It isn't just that Nathan went on another treasure hunt. It's that everything they've been through together, he still fell back into his old habits. He still chose secrets. He still chose deception. And for a series called Uncharted, I find it ironic that one of the biggest lessons Nathan Drake has to learn isn't about treasure hunting at all. It's all about honesty.
How's the Malaysia job going, Nate? Seems like you're a hair off course.
Elaine, it's not what it looks like.
Really? Because what it looks like is that you're searching for Henry Avery's buried treasure. And given the shoreline soldiers that are all over town, I'd bet you're not the only ones looking for it.
All right, well, I guess it's kind of what it looks like. But I can explain. Look, it's gonna sound crazy.
Try me.
Well, for starters, this is Sam. Sam Drake. My brother. Hi.
I'm sorry.
I thought he had died in a Panamanian jail, but I was obviously very wrong. He's been stuck in there for 15 years, and it's because of me. And the guy who broke him out wants a lot of money, and the only way we can pay off the debt is Avery's treasure. But that's the good news. We found it. It's on an island just off the coast.
Okay, just stop. Was there ever a Malaysia job?
Come on, wait. Elena, wait!
I don't get you.
Look, I wanted to tell you.
You know what? Enough.
No, I wanted to, but how could I?
I don't know. Just say it.
I had to protect you.
That is bullshit, Nate. You just didn't have the nerve to face me again.
I knew you would react like this.
How would you react? You lied to me for weeks. If you were killed, I wouldn't have even known about it. And now you have a brother. Who are you?
Come on. I'm me. Come on, it's me. It's different this time. Oh my God. I have to save him. I don't even care about the treasure.
The look on your face when you walked into this room. If you're done lying to me, then you should stop lying to yourself. I got a plane to catch. You do what you have to do.
Because throughout this game, we watch Nathan chase Henry Avery's treasure, but the real thing he's searching for is a way to reconcile the adventurous treasure hunter he used to be with the husband he's trying to become. And watching Nate put his marriage in jeopardy feels like a character is moving backwards. After everything we saw in Drake's deception, after all the lessons he learned about obsession, deception, and letting people go, seeing him fall back into old habits can be frustrating as the audience. It almost feels like he's undoing some of the growth we watched him earn. But then we learn the truth, and that's when the situation becomes even more complicated.
In exchange, I let you live?
Yeah. That and a small cut.
The gauchos on this guy.
Just enough to get him his freedom, okay?
His freedom?
Nathan. Yeah. He did hard time. Our time. And the guy who broke him out, Hector Alcazar, he owes him a lot of money.
Whoa, what the hell are you talking about, Nate? Hector Alcazar died in a shootout in Argentina like 6 months ago. I'm the one that got Samuel out. Oh. Wow. What did he tell you? Sam, what kind of story did you cook up? Alcazar? Really? You lied? You lied to your baby brother?
We're wasting time.
Just a second. Thing is, Nate, I never stopped looking for Avery's treasure. I just kept running into these dead ends. And then I hear that our dear old Samuel Drake, an authority on Avery, is alive and somewhat well. There was no breakout. I bribed the prison warden, and your brother, he just waltzed right out the front gate. He spent the last 2 years tracking down a second St. Dismas cross. You know what? He did it all with me.
Oh.
Oh, yeah?
No, that's bullshit.
Oh. Sam, care to refute?
Nate.
Oh, Sam. Jesus, no.
Listen, Avery's treasure was ours. It was always ours.
I left my life for you.
When Nathan finds out Alcazar was never after Sam, the entire adventure changes. Suddenly, this isn't a story about saving his brother. It's a story about a brother who couldn't let go. Sam wasn't running from death. Sam was running towards the past. For 15 years, he sat in prison thinking about Avery's treasure, thinking about the life that was taken away from him, thinking about the adventure he never got to finish. While Nathan was building a life, Sam was mentally stuck in Panama. And because of that obsession, he lied. What makes Sam's lie so damaging isn't just the lie itself, it's the domino effect it creates. Sam lies to Nathan, and Nathan lies to Elena. Elena loses trust in Nathan. Sully gets dragged back into another dangerous hunt, and before long, everybody is suffering because one person couldn't let go. That's why Nate feels so betrayed when he learns the truth and it finally comes out. Not because Sam lied, but because Nate genuinely believed he was helping his brother. He thought he was saving Sam's life. He thought he was making up for failing him all those years ago. And to discover that the urgency was fabricated completely changes how Nathan sees the journey. For the first time, he realizes that he wasn't dragged back into this adventure by necessity. He was manipulated into it. And that's what hurts.
Hey, look. About the whole Alcazar thing.
Hey, we gotta save that for later, okay?
But at the same time, I think this is where Sam becomes such an interesting character. Because Sam isn't evil. He's selfish. And there's a difference. His obsession blinded him to what his actions were doing to everyone around him. He became so focused on finishing the adventure that he stopped thinking about the people he was hurting. Ironically, Sam ends up learning the exact same lesson Nathan spent 3 games learning. That treasure isn't worth losing the people you care about. Nathan learned that lesson through El Dorado, through Shambhala, and through Ubar. Sam learns it through Libertalia. The difference is Nathan had 3 games to figure this out. Sam just had 1.
Sorry. What are we doing?
What do you think we're doing? We're getting the hell off of this rock.
Right, we could do that. Or we could head in that direction, which is a shortcut.
Shortcut to what?
To Avery's treasure.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Rafe's got to go all the way around, but we can
Hey,
just...
screw Rafe.
Hey, Victor, with all due respect, maybe just
You
leave
just
this...
don't know when to quit.
Look, we're all here for the same reason, right?
We didn't come after the treasure. We came after you.
And I appreciate that. I do. But we're good. And we've got the lead for now. We can do this. Nathan, come on. Huh? Look around. Okay? Avery scuttled every last ship on this island. You know why?
Because he was hell-bent on keeping his treasure.
Exactly.
No matter the cost to the others around him.
Because he didn't want anyone to follow him. Because he was leaving. Look at this. Okay, I found his map of the island. Okay? That's his ship right under that mountain. That's where our treasure is. And it is exactly where Rafe is headed right now while we stand around here and argue like idiots.
What if he's already left the island and his ship sunk somewhere out there in the middle of the ocean?
Then we find out where it got sunk.
Oh, boy.
How long we been chasing this thing, huh? You and me. No offense to these guys. But they don't get it.
Actually, Sam, they do. They really do.
Okay.
Trust me, they've seen this kind of obsession before. Sam, we're not those kids anymore. We're not. And we got nothing to prove.
So this brings me to Libertalia. And honestly, I think Libertalia is one of the most important parts of this game. Not because of the treasure and not because of the gameplay, but because Libertalia itself is the answer to the entire story. Before we continue, let's take a step away from Uncharted for a moment and talk about the real history behind all this. You see, Libertalia wasn't something Naughty Dog invented. The idea actually comes from a book called A General History of the Pirates, published in 1724 by Captain Charles Johnson, who many historians believe may have been Daniel Defoe, the author of Robinson Crusoe. In the story, Libertalia was described as a pirate colony founded by Captain James' mission in Madagascar. The idea was simple. Pirates will reject kings, reject governments, reject slavery, and create a society where everyone shared equally in the same wealth. Now, historians debate whether Libertalia ever actually existed. Many believe it was a completely fictional area. Others believe parts of the story may have been inspired by real pirate settlements through the Indian Ocean. But whether it was real or not doesn't really matter, because the idea of Libertalia has fascinated people for over 300 years. The idea that a group of outcasts could build their own paradise, a fresh start, a better world, a utopia. Because when Nathan and Sam finally discover Libertalia, it's beautiful. The architecture is incredible. The city is massive. The views are breathtaking. For a brief moment, it feels like the pirate dream actually worked. But the deeper you explore the city, the more you realize something. This place isn't paradise. It's a graveyard. As Nathan walks through Libertalia, he doesn't find prosperity. He finds bodies. He finds betrayal. He finds evidence that the founders slowly turned on each other. And that's where Henry Avery enters the conversation. Now, unlike Libertalia, Henry Avery was very much real. Born sometime around 1659, Avery was one of the most successful pirates in history and became famous after attacking the Mughull treasure fleet in 1695. The haul was so massive that it sent shockwaves across the world and sparked one of the largest manhunts in maritime history. What made Avery different from many pirates is that he vanished. No public execution, no body, no definitive ending. He simply disappeared. And because he disappeared, legends started to grow around him. Stories that he escaped with unimaginable wealth. Stories that he founded his own kingdom. Stories that he lived out the rest of his days rich beyond imagination. And Naughty Dog takes those legends and asks a simple question. What if they were true? The answer the game gives us is fascinating, because Avery gets exactly what he wants. Power, money, freedom, and a city built by pirates. But yet, none of it is enough. He still wants more. The founders still wanted more. Everybody in Libertalia still wanted more. And this eventually led to their paranoia, and then grew to suspicion, which later turned violent. And before long, they destroyed the very thing they spent years building. That's why I think Libertalia is really the biggest cautionary tale in the game. Not Sam, not Rafe, not even Avery. Libertalia itself. Because the city represents what happens when nobody learns the lesson that Nathan Drake had to learn in the previous games.
So we know that there was fighting outside.
And inside?
Do you think the colonists stole it?
No. I think they were trying to reclaim what was theirs. Look. There's Avery. 2. Founders of Libertalia. All marked with the word thief. Not murderer, not tyrant.
Thief. So by the time the colonists busted in here, treasure was already gone.
Yeah, because these guys had already taken it for themselves. Pirates will be pirates, right?
Pirates will be pirates. Huh. I know where they moved it.
What? Where? It's a map.
Yeah, right there. That's our treasury.
It's a map of Libertalia.
Right, so follow it to the other side of the island and look. Right there.
New Devon. Wait, Avery was from Devon, England.
He sure was. Man, those are some seriously large mansions.
Each of them has its own sigil, too.
Because that's where they lived.
You say we climb that watchtower, huh? Get our bearings.
New Devon, here we come.
Think about it. Sam can't let go of treasure. Rafe can't let go of jealousy. The founders can't let go of greed. Avery can't let go of power. Everybody keeps reaching for more, and every single one of them ends up miserable because of it. That's why I love the environmental storytelling of this game. You don't just hear about Libertalia's downfall. You see it. You see the burned houses. You see the gallows. You see the letters threatening one founder after another. You see the skeletons, and you even see the massive graves. You see the dining room where the scene where all these people literally sat together, pretending everything was fine while their society was crumbling around them.
Good lord.
Looks like we found the party.
Looks like we're a little late. Hey, Nate. Check it out.
It's another sigil. Oh my God.
What?
It's them. Elena, these other pirate captains have founded Libertalia. What the hell happened here?
Well, I'm no forensics expert, but I would say bad drinks.
Apparently.
So what was this? Some kind of wealthy pirate suicide cult?
Yeah, not likely. Not these guys.
On behalf of Lord Avery, I invite you to my manor at sundown tomorrow. The time has come to abandon our animosities and reunite under the banner of God and liberty. Signed, Thomas, too.
What do you bet? Thomas 2, Henry Avery. Looks like our hosts didn't stick around to clean up their mess.
Well, that wasn't very gracious of them.
Okay, so these guys sparked a full-scale revolt when they claimed the treasure for themselves. Now, they took care of the colonists, but then they had to deal with each other. And I'm guessing things got pretty messy. So, Avery and 2 invite them up here to, what was it?
Abandon our animosities.
Abandon the animosities. Avery makes a grand toast. For God and liberty! Arg, ahoy, mateys, all that. And they all take a swig. Except these two. And just like that, all the treasure of Libertalia becomes the sole possession of 2 men.
And honestly, the more I think about it, the more I realize Libertalia is really just a larger version of what's happening to Nathan around the game. Nathan is slowly destroying the life he built. His marriage is suffering. His friendships are strained. He's lying again. And all of it started because he couldn't completely let go of the adventure. The difference is Nathan gets a second chance. Libertalia does not. By the end of the game, Nathan sees exactly where his path leads. He sees the ending. He sees the consequences. And unlike Avery, unlike Rafe, unlike the founders, he chooses something different. He chooses family. And that's why Libertalia is so important in the story. Because Libertalia isn't the reward at the end of the adventure. It's the warning.
Look over there.
Stop screwing around. Jesus!
I said look!
Okay, it's a couple of skeletons. So what?
I don't know as much about history as you boys, but I've got a pretty good idea who those two are.
Well, enlighten us.
It's Avery and 2. They killed each other.
Good for them. What's the point?
Everyone obsessed with this treasure gets what they deserve.
So what, you're just leaving us here to die?
Oh, I'm just leaving. Whether you die or not, I don't really care.
Nadine, wait.
So long, Rafe.
Nadine! Nadine! You open this goddamn door right now!
Now, before I continue, I do want to talk about one thing that has always bothered me about Uncharted 4. And honestly, it might be my biggest criticism of the entire story. Sam Drake. Now, don't misunderstand me. I like Sam as a character. I think he serves an important role in the narrative and helps explore many other things we've already talked about. But if we're talking about canon and continuity, I think Sam creates one of the biggest retcons in the entire franchise. Let's go back to Uncharted 3 for a second. One of the most important sections of that game is seeing a young Nathan meet Victor Sullivan for the very first time. This game goes out of its way to show us their origin story, how they met, how they became partners, how Sully became Nathan's mentor and father figure.
A nice lift back there. You're pretty good.
I don't know what you're talking about, old man.
Hey, don't call me that. Your technique is really sloppy, though. You're telegraphing all your moves.
You're crazy.
Yeah? You've been tailing me all over town. Probably figured me for an easy mark. But you picked the wrong guy, pal.
The problem is that Uncharted 4 asks us to believe Sam was a major part of Nathan's life during this period. Not only was he part of Nathan's life, according to Uncharted 4, he was arguably single-handedly the most important person in Nathan's life. The person who introduced him to treasure hunting, the person who helped shape his identity, the person whose apparent death traumatized him for years. Yet somehow, across 3 games, this man is never mentioned, not once, not by Nathan, Sully, Elena, nobody. And the more you think about it, the stranger it gets. In Uncharted 3, Nate tells Sully that he would have ended up in prison within a year of meeting him. Sully responds by basically saying Nate was already headed down that road on his own. On his own. But according to Uncharted 4, Nate wasn't really on his own. Sam was there. Sam was the one dragging him into break-ins. Sam was the one helping him track down clues. Sam was arguably the biggest influence on young Drake.
Nathan, back at that mansion, you knew just as much about that stuff as that poor old lady. Here, I always felt that we were destined for something great. But until tonight, I didn't know what that meant. But this, Mom's unfinished work, this is our chance to restart our lives with brand new identities.
What are you talking about?
I know some guys. Pretty good at forging papers, too. Now, as for our new name, Mom believes that Sir Francis Drake had heirs. Who's to say he didn't?
You're serious, aren't you?
Nathan, we were meant for this. And I promise, you and me together, we're gonna go far. So what do you say? Nathan Drake?
And then going back to Uncharted 3, there's Marlowe. And honestly, this is where the retcon becomes the hardest for me to ignore. Throughout Uncharted 3, Marlowe demonstrates an almost frightening level of knowledge about Nathan's life. She knows about his childhood. She knows about the orphanage. She knows Drake isn't his real name. She even knows about his parents. She knows enough personal information to psychologically manipulate him.
You're not exactly here legally, remember? Greatness from small beginnings. Beneath that cocky exterior, you're still the same scared, filthy little runaway, aren't you?
Skip the mind games. You don't know me.
In fact, I suspect I know you better than anyone, Mr. Drake. Of course, that's not your real name, is it? But we won't dwell on that. Mother commits suicide. Father surrenders son to the state at the age of 5. Entrusted to the St. Francis Boys' Home. It's also Dickensian.
So here's my question. How does somebody know all of that, but doesn't know about Sam? Or worse, know about Sam and never bringing him up? Think about how useful that information would have been. According to Uncharted 4, Nathan spent years believing his brother died because of their treasure hunting adventures. That's not just information. That itself is ammunition. That's exactly the kind of psychological pressure someone like Marlowe would use. Imagine her telling Nate that his obsession already got one person he loved killed. Imagine her asking if Elena would be next, or Sully. That feels completely in character for her. Yet, it never happens? That's why I struggle with this part of the story. Not because Sam is a bad character, but because Sam feels like a character who didn't exist until Uncharted 4 needed him to exist. And when you start looking at the development history, it becomes even more interesting. Because remember, this wasn't Amy Hennig's version of Uncharted 4. This was Neil Druckmann and Bruce Straley's version. Amy left during development. The story was rewritten. Todd Stashwick was replaced. Sam's role changed. Large portions of the game were reworked. So it does make me wonder, would Amy Hennig's version have handled Nathan's past differently? Would Sam have fit more naturally into the existing continuity? Would the story have avoided some of these contradictions altogether? The truth is, we'll never know. What we got is still a fantastic game. But if there's one aspect of Uncharted 4 that feels forced to me, it's the idea that Nathan Drake had a brother this important and somehow nobody ever mentioned him for 3 entire games. Now that I've ended that little rant, I gotta talk about the title itself. A Thief's End. After replaying this game, I don't think the title is talking about one person. I think it's talking about all of them. Because every major character in this story is a thief in some way. And by the end of the game, each of them reaches the end of that road. Let's start with Rafe. Out of everyone in this story, Rafe becomes one who never escapes being the thief. He starts the game with everything: money, resources, mercenary, influence, anything the treasure hunter could ever want. But none of it is enough, because Rafe doesn't exactly want treasure. He wants validation, he wants a legacy, he wants people to remember his name. The problem is that, unlike Nathan Drake, Rafe thinks that legacy can be bought. Throughout the entire game, his obsession slowly destroys everything around him. It destroys his partnership with Nadine. It destroys his expedition. It destroys the people working for him. And eventually, it destroys him.
I earned this. All of it.
You want the treasure, Rafe? It's all yours.
The irony is almost poetic. The man who spent his entire life chasing treasure is ultimately buried beneath it. Rafe reaches the end of this story because he never learns to let go. Now let's move on to Sam. I think Sam's ending was one of the most underrated parts in the game. Because unlike Nathan, Sam never got the opportunity to grow. For 15 years, he sat in prison obsessing over Avery's treasure, while Nathan was building a life. Sam was stuck in the past, mentally, emotionally, physically. In many ways, Sam is still the same person he was the day he fell in Panama. That's why he lies. That's why he's willing to risk everything. That's why he can't walk away. He spent most of his life being the thief, always chasing, always wanting more, always believing the next discovery will make everything worth it.
That's it. That's it! What the hell are you doing? You stress me. Damn it. Just get your head down. Do it now. Come on. All right. You are one crazy son of a bitch. You just want to know it. Come on.
By the end of the game, he finally learned the lesson that Nathan spent 3 games learning, that some things are just more important than treasure. That obsession isn't freedom, it's a prison. And for the first time in his life, Sam finally begins moving forward. Now I gotta talk about our man, Victor Sullivan. And Sully's version of A Thief's End is a little different, because Sully has already lived through everything these characters are experiencing. He chased treasure, he made mistakes, he lost people, he survived adventures that should have taken him out. Throughout the entire game, Sully acts as the voice of reason. He's constantly trying to pull Nathan back towards reality. He's worried about Elena. He's skeptical of Sam. He is the first person in the room who can recognize the obsession because he's already experienced it himself. And by the end of the game, Sully finally gets what he's been talking about for years. A chance to slow down, a chance to retire, a chance to enjoy the life he spent decades building. For Sully, A Thief's End isn't a tragedy, it's peace. If you think about Nathan's journey throughout the entire franchise, he's gone through a complete cycle. In Drake's Fortune, he's a thief chasing treasure. By the end of the game, he becomes a hero. And among thieves, he falls back into old habits, then becomes a hero once again. In Drake's Deception, he struggles with obsession and once again has to find his way back. And here in A Thief's End, we see the cycle one final time. Nathan starts the game as a husband living a normal life. Then Sam appears. He lies to Elena. He abandons the life he built. He chases the treasure. Once again, he becomes a thief. By the end of the game, he finally breaks the cycle, and he walks away from Avery's treasure. Nathan Drake does something he has never truly done before. He lets go, not because he failed, not because he couldn't reach the treasure, but because he realized there were things more important than treasure. Family, love, legacy. And for Nathan Drake, that's the true meaning of A Thief's End. Not the end of his life, the end of the thief he used to be.
We are buying Jameson Marine.
Oh, okay. How? Why?
Well, heard this rumor about a salvage job off the coast of Malaysia, and I thought it'd be right up our alley.
No. Honey, look. We barely got out of Libertalia alive.
Yeah.
Hey, taking an illegal job? You know what that leads to.
Who said it was illegal? Look. This came in this morning.
Is this legit?
Yeah. Some of my old contacts out there, they work their magic with the Malaysian permit office. It was great. I didn't even have to bribe anyone.
Well, that's good because I don't know how we could possibly even afford to do this.
Here. Hold out your hand.
What?
Hold out your hand. Come on.
Holy crap. Where did you get this?
It was in my jacket pocket. Along with a bunch more.
A bunch? Sam.
He's a sneaky one.
Yeah.
Of course, most of them are gonna have to go into our venture here, along with all the new camera gear.
Camera gear?
Yeah. You know, I figured as we're pulling all the cargo up from the dive, we could hire, a small crew. We could film the whole thing and resurrect my old show.
What happened to just living a normal life?
I think in our attempt to lead a normal life, we may have oversteered. Look, when I was on that island, I missed the adventure. I missed us. And so now we have a chance to do what we love. But from here on out, we are going to operate on a strictly legal basis, all right? And I will be doing all of the shooting with my really expensive camera.
Wow. You've really thought all this through, haven't you?
More or less. But listen, just say the word and I will call the whole thing off.
What? Oh, no. I don't want to be that guy who ruins Jameson's early retirement like that. That'd be cruel.
Right.
It's not gonna be easy, you know.
Nothing worthwhile is. So, what do you say, Nathan Drake?
Sure, why not? Yeah, as long as I don't have to do any paperwork.
Well, I can't do it. I'm gonna have my hands full with the camera.
Well, I'm gonna have my hands full with all the diving.
Okay, fine. We'll take turns.
Yeah. Or I could play for it.
Seriously?
No, listen, I have been practicing. I'm getting good.
No.
My hand-eye is way better than it used to be.
Really? I cannot do that to you again.
Are you afraid to play me?
I am so not afraid
On a
to
scale
play
of
you.
1 to 10, how scared are you to play me?
Like a 3.
Yeah, well, jack that up to like 11, all right? Because I'm coming for you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my. That's... Okay. Fine. You're on.
When looking at the gameplay of A Thief's End, it's clear that Naughty Dog wanted to evolve the Uncharted formula without completely reinventing it. If you played any of the original trilogy, you're going to feel right at home. You're still climbing cliffs, solving puzzles, exploring ancient ruins. The core DNA of Uncharted still remains untouched. However, this is easily the biggest gameplay leap the series has seen since a jump from Drake's Fortune to Among Thieves. The first major change comes from level design. Previous Uncharted games were extremely linear experiences. While there were moments to stop and admire the scenery, most levels pushed you down a fairly straightforward path. Uncharted 4 changes that by introducing larger environments and giving players more freedom in how they approach objectives. The Madagascar chapter is probably the best example of this. Instead of simply moving from one corridor to the next, players are allowed to drive around, explore the landscape, discover optional conversations, locate hidden treasures, and approach objectives at their own pace. It's not an open world game by any means, but it creates the illusion of a much larger adventure. It makes Nathan feel more like an explorer than ever before. Perhaps the biggest new mechanic introduced is the grappling hook. Now, on paper, that doesn't sound very exciting, but in practice, it changes almost every aspect of the game. Transversal becomes more dynamic as Nathan can swing across gaps, scale cliffs, and reach locations that would have been impossible in previous entries. It also adds a new layer to combat encounters. Instead of remaining glued to cover, players can use the rope to quickly reposition, flank enemies, or make dramatic escapes. It's one of those additions that feels so natural, after a few hours you'll wonder how the series ever functioned without it. Combat itself received a noticeable upgrade as well. The earlier games often felt like shooting galleries where enemies would pour into arenas and force you into lengthy firefights. Uncharted 4 still has plenty of action, but the larger environments give players more options. Combat encounters now allow for flanking enemy routes, vertical movement, stealth approaches, and multiple ways to tackle a situation. Rather than feeling locked into one strategy, players are encouraged to experience with the tools available around them. Speaking of stealth, this is probably where the influence of The Last of Us becomes the most apparent. Stealth always existed in Uncharted, but it often felt like an afterthought. Most of the time, you quickly take down 1 or 2 enemies before the encounter erupted into a firefight. Here, stealth is more viable thanks to larger environments, tall grass, improved enemy placement, and the ability to move around encounters more freely. Now, I wouldn't go as far as calling Uncharted 4 a stealth game because the AI is still fairly simple compared to something like MGS or Splinter Cell. But for the first time in the franchise, stealth feels like a legitimate option rather than a gimmick. Another welcome addition comes in the form of vehicle gameplay. Vehicles have appeared in previous entries, but usually in high scripted sequences. In this game, the Jeep sections give players a sense of scale that the franchise hadn't really captured before. Driving through Madagascar, navigating muddy terrain, using the winch to solve puzzles, and exploring off the path helps sell the fantasy that you're actually on an expedition. It also helps break up the pacing between firefights and platforming sections. Now, one criticism I do have is that sometimes these larger sections can affect the pacing. One of the strengths of the original trilogy was how quickly it moved from one set piece to the next. Uncharted 4 slows things down considerably. Some players loved this because it allowed for more character development and exploration, while others felt certain sections overstayed their welcome. Personally, I think the slower pace works because Naughty Dog was trying to tell a more mature story. Nathan Drake is older, the themes are heavier, and the gameplay reflects that change. What impressed me is how seamlessly everything works together. The climbing feels smoother, the combat feels more dynamic, the puzzles feel more integrated into the environments. The animations are so fluid that transitions between gameplay and cutscenes often feel invisible. It creates a level of immersion that earlier games simply couldn't achieve because of hardware limitations. Another improvement that often gets overlooked is the combat itself. Previous Uncharted games rely heavily on quick-time events during major fistfights. While those moments were exciting at the time, they often boiled down to pressing whatever button appeared on the screen. Uncharted 4 largely abandons that philosophy and replaces it with a more dynamic melee system. Fights feel weightier, more physical, and far more cinematic. Nathan can dodge attacks, use objects around him, and seamlessly transition between gunplay and hand-to-hand combat. It may seem like a small change, but it makes encounters feel much more natural than they did in previous entries. The AI also received noticeable improvements. Enemies are far more aggressive than in earlier games and will actively communicate with each other, flank your position, and search for you when you break line of sight. At the same time, companions like Sam, Sully, and Elena feel more involved during combat encounters. In older games, your partners sometimes feel like background decorations during firefights. Here, they feel like an actual participant in the battle, helping reinforce the illusion that you're part of a team rather than fighting alone. Perhaps the biggest achievement, however, is how immersive everything feels. Naughty Dog spent years perfecting cinematic storytelling, and Uncharted 4 is where all those lessons come together. Conversations can happen naturally while exploring, cutscenes transition smoothly into gameplay, character interactions continue during climbing sequences, and vehicle sections are awesome. The result is a game that rarely feels like it's stopping to tell a story, because the story is constantly happening around you. Even today, it's one of the best examples of blending gameplay and narrative into a single seamless experience. One thing I do appreciate about Uncharted 4 is that while the main story isn't overly long, there are still plenty of content for players who want to go the extra mile. According to How Long to Beat, most players will finish the main story in around 15 to 16 hours, while those taking their time to explore expect more closer to 18 hours. Completionists, however, are looking at roughly 30 hours or more if they want to see absolutely everything the game has to offer. And when I say everything, I mean everything. To fully complete Uncharted 4 and earn the Platinum Trophy, players will need to find 193 collectibles spread throughout the game. This includes 109 treasures, 25 journal entries, and 23 journal notes, and 36 optional conversations. Some of these are hidden in clever locations that encourage exploration, while others require paying close attention to your surroundings and character interactions. The challenge doesn't stop there. Players must also complete the game on crushing difficulty, which is the hardest difficulty available. If you played previous Uncharted games on crushing, then you already know what you're signing up for. Enemies hit harder, resources become scarce, and every encounter demands patience and precision. On top of that, there are numerous combat-based trophies that require players to perform specific actions, whether that's landing headshots while swinging from a rope, chaining together combat encounters, or pulling off stealth takedowns in particular situations. Thankfully, Chapter Select and Encounter Select make cleaning up these trophies much less frustrating than they could have been. And then there's the speedrun requirements. Players looking for that Platinum Trophy must complete the entire game in under 6 hours. While that may sound intimidating, Naughty Dog gives players access to modifiers after completing the game. allowing them to use bonus weapons, infinite ammo, and other unlockables to make the challenge far more manageable. Overall, I think Uncharted 4 strikes a nice balance. Casual players can experience a satisfying adventure in a weekend, while dedicated fans and trophy hunters have dozens of traditional hours of exploration, challenge runs, collectible hunting waiting for them. It's the kind of game that's so easy to finish, but surprisingly difficult to truly master. At the end of the day, Uncharted 4 doesn't reinvent the wheel. Instead, it refines nearly every system that came before it. The larger environments, the improved stealth, the expanded combat actions, and the grappling hook, and vehicle exploration all work together to create what I believe is the most polished gameplay experience in the franchise. Some fans may still prefer the non-stop spectacle of Uncharted 2, but from a purely mechanical standpoint, A Thief's End represents Naughty Dog at the peak of their craft. Like many PlayStation exclusives from this era, Uncharted 4 didn't stay locked to its original hardware forever. Over time, Nathan Drake's final adventure would allow for a new lifetime across multiple platforms, with each version offering its own advantages. The original PlayStation 4 release launched on May 10, 2016, and served as the debut of Nathan Drake's final adventure. At the time, the game was considered one of the most visually impressive titles available on the system. Running at 1080p and targeting 30 frames per second, Uncharted 4 pushed Sony's hardware to its limits with detailed character models, large environments, impressive lighting, and a cinematic presentation that was never seen before. For many players, this was the game they had to show their friends what the PlayStation 4 was capable of. Even today, the original PS4 version remains a solid way to experience Nathan Drake's final journey. Several years later, Sony would revisit the game through the release of Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection on the PlayStation 5, which was on January 28, 2022. Rather than being a full remake, this version acted as an enhanced remaster that bundled together both Uncharted 4 and Uncharted The Lost Legacy. The PlayStation 5 version introduced multiple graphical options, including a native 4K fidelity mode and 60 frames per second performance mode, and even 120 frames per second performance plus mode for supported displays, faster loading time, DualSense controller support, 3D audio, and improved image quality that helped modernize the experience while preserving the original game underneath. The biggest surprise came when Nathan Drake finally made the jump to PC. Released as part of the Legacy of Thieves collection on October 19, 2022, the PC version brought Uncharted 4 and The Lost Legacy to an entirely new audience. Unlike the console versions, PC players gain access to features such as uncapped frame rates, ultra-wide monitor support, customizable graphics settings, DLSS, FSR, and other hardware-specific enhancements. Depending on a player's setup, the Windows version could potentially surpass the console releases in terms of visual fidelity and performance, making it one of the most technically flexible ways to experience the game. Looking back, all three versions ultimately tell the exact same story. Nathan Drake's adventure, the character puzzles, the combat encounters, and the emotional ending remain unchanged regardless of a platform. The difference comes down to presentation and extra content. The original PS4 release remains an impressive showcase of 7th generation Naughty Dog design, while the PS5 and Windows versions represent the most complete package thanks to the inclusion of The Lost Legacy and the various performance enhancements. No matter which version players choose, they're still experiencing one of the most celebrated action-adventure games of the PlayStation era. After one of the messiest development cycles in Naughty Dog's history, the biggest question became simple. Was it worth it? After Amy Hennig's departure, after the rewrites, after the delays, after the crunch, after all the behind-the-scenes drama, did Naughty Dog actually pull it off? The answer from critics was a resounding yes. Upon release, A Thief's End received universal acclaim from critics and currently sits at 93 on Metacritic, making it one of the highest rated PlayStation 4 games ever made. Reviewers praised the game's storytelling, visual performances, gameplay improvements, and emotional ending. Many critics considered it not only one of the best PlayStation 4 games ever, but one of the best games Naughty Dog had ever created. IGN called it a remarkable achievement in blockbuster storytelling and graphical beauty. GameSpot described it as a breathtaking marvel. Electronic Gaming Monthly called it a true work of art, and many critics praised Naughty Dog's ability to deliver a satisfying end to Nathan Drake's story. One area that reached the most universal praise was the game's visuals. Back in 2016, Uncharted 4 felt like a glimpse into the future. The character models, the facial animations, the environmental detail, lighting, and cinematography. Everything felt a generation ahead of what many players were used to seeing at the time. For many, Uncharted 4 became the game they used to show off their PlayStation 4 to friends and family. Critics also praised the gameplay improvements. The addition of the grappling hook gave players more freedom during exploration and combat. The larger environments allowed for multiple approaches to encounters, stealth was expanded, combat areas were more expanded, and vehicle sections, particularly the Madagascar chapter, helped make the adventure feel larger in scale to previous entries. Perhaps the biggest praise was reserved for the characters, Nate, Elena, and Sully, and some for the newcomer Sam Drake as well. Many critics felt the relationship between the characters was the strongest they had ever been in the franchise. The chemistry between Nathan and Elena in particular was often highlighted as one of the emotional pillars of the story. Now, that doesn't mean everyone agreed on everything. Some critics felt the game was longer than it needed to be. Others felt certain chapters slowed the pacing down, and Sam Drake himself proved somewhat divisive amongst reviewers. While some appreciated his role in the story, others felt he functioned more as a plot device than a fully realized character. Still, these criticisms were relatively minor compared to the overwhelming praise that the game received. The accolades quickly followed. At the Game Awards 2016, Uncharted 4 received 8 nominations and won Best Narrative and Best Performance for Nolan North. The game also won multiple DICE awards, including Adventure Game of the Year and an Outstanding Achievement in a Story. At the BAFTA Game Awards, it ultimately took home the award for Best Game. At the SXSW Game Awards, it won Video Game of the Year amongst several other honors. By the end of 2016, Uncharted 4 had firmly established itself as one of the defining games of the PS4 era. And for many fans, this wasn't just a great ending for Nathan Drake, it was the gold standard for what modern cinematic action adventure games could be. Of course, critical acclaim is just half the story. The other question is whether all that hard work, crunch, delays, behind-the-scenes turmoil actually translated to commercial success. And the short answer to that is yes. Uncharted 4 became an immediate hit for Naughty Dog. With just 7 days of release, the game sold over 2.7 million copies, making it the fastest-selling first-party PlayStation 4 game at the time. The momentum continued throughout the year. By December 2016, Uncharted had sold 8.7 million copies, cementing itself as one of the best-selling games on the PS4. The game continued to sell for years afterwards, surpassing 15 million copies by 2019 and reaching over 18.6 million copies by February 2022, according to internal sales data that later surfaced online. The game's success wasn't limited to one region either. It topped sales charts in the United States, the UK, Japan, proving that Nathan Drake's final adventure had become a global event. Perhaps even more impressive than the long-term engagement the game had maintained. Within 5 years, Uncharted 4 had reached over 37 million players. Of those players, more than 13 million participated in the multiplayer component, while nearly 10 million utilized the game's accessibility features. When you look at those numbers, it becomes clear that Uncharted 4 wasn't simply a critical success, it was a commercial powerhouse. And in many ways, it became one of the defining games of this generation of gaming. For Naughty Dog, the gamble paid off. For Sony, it became a crown jewel. And for Nathan Drake, it was one final time that millions of players were willing to join. Now, replaying Uncharted 4 all these years later, honestly feels like I'm experiencing it for the first time again. Not because I forgot the story, not because I forgot the gameplay, but because I now understand everything that was happening behind the scenes. And to answer the obvious question, yes, I like the game. I think Uncharted 4 is a fantastic experience and a worthy conclusion to Nathan Drake's story. And I specifically say Nathan Drake's story because I don't necessarily view this as the end of Uncharted. We have Cassie sitting right there in the epilogue. We have Chloe and Nadine continuing the adventure in the Lost Legacy. The door is still open if Naughty Dog ever decides to walk through it. But for Nathan Drake, this feels like the end. Looking back at the game now, I can honestly feel the difference between this and the original trilogy. It was something I noticed even as a teenager when I first played it, but knowing everything I know today completely changes how I viewed the experience. When you learn about Amy Hennig, when you learn about the rewrites, the development struggles, the crunch, you can't help but wonder what could have been. What would Amy Hennig's version of Uncharted 4 have looked like? How different would Sam have been? How different would the ending have been? Would it have been connected more naturally with the previous games? These are questions we'll never get the answer to. And while it's still fun to imagine the game we never got, eventually we have to come back to the game we did get. And honestly, that game is still really good. The gameplay was fun, the story was engaging, the set pieces were incredible, and if it somehow ends up being your first Uncharted game, it's actually a fantastic place to start. One thing I've always loved about great franchises is when they can welcome new players while still rewarding longtime fans. Uncharted 4 does exactly that. A newcomer can jump into this game and have an amazing adventure. Meanwhile, players who experience Drake's fortune, Among Thieves, Drake's deception, will pick up on emotional moments that hit much harder because of everything that came before. And maybe that's why this game works so well. Because at its heart, Uncharted has always been an action movie disguised as a video game. Treasure hunting, ancient mysteries, shootout, impossible escapes, it's all there. But beneath all that spectacle is a story about people, family, friendship, growing older, learning when to let go. And I think that's why Nathan Drake's ending resonates with so many people, because eventually, all adventures come to an end. Eventually, all heroes get older. Everybody has to decide what matters most, and Nathan finally makes that choice. But perhaps what makes the game bittersweet is that it isn't just the end of Drake's story. In many ways, it's also the end of an era for Naughty Dog. Amy Hennig, gone. Justin Richmond, gone. Richard Lamarchin, gone. Greg Edmondson, gone. And after the release, many developers who helped create the game would leave as well. When you look at Uncharted 4 through that lens, the title starts to take on an entirely different meaning. A thief's end, the end of Nathan Drake, the end of the old Uncharted team, the end of one chapter in Naughty Dog's history. And that's what makes this game so fascinating to revisit, because it's simultaneously a celebration as it is a farewell. A game about moving forward while saying goodbye to the past. So when I asked myself whether it was worth it, I honestly have mixed feelings. The game itself, absolutely. It's one of the best PlayStation exclusives ever made and one of the finest action adventure games of its generation. But hearing the stories about the crunch, the departures, and the toll development took on the people creating it reminds us that great games don't appear out of thin air. They're built by real people. People who sacrifice time, health, and sometimes even relationships to bring these experiences to life. And that's something I think we as gamers should never forget. At the end of it, Uncharted 4 is a tale of two endings, a thief's end and the end of an era. Both happened at the same time, both changed the future, and both left a legacy that's still being talked about today. If you made it to the end of this video, first, I want to say thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed the video, please hit that like button. It really helps in the YouTube algorithm. And if you're watching on your phone, make sure to hype it up as well. Next up, we're starting the Street Fighter series, so be on the lookout for that coming to a channel near you. If you want to be there when it drops, please hit that subscribe button, because we got an epic journey on the way, and it's the best way to support the channel. And if you're feeling generous, you can always buy me a cup of coffee. The link is in the description. With that said, this is the Retro Phantom, signing out.